There we go. Hello, everyone in the chat. We are getting set up here still in the background, but we're glad to see you all. I see there's a bunch of people already here. Hello, Siobhan. Hello, James, and welcome. Figured it wouldn't hurt you guys to hear the, workshop going in the background, so.
I gotta pop up the chat here.
Okay, the thank yous for the stream are coming, and I still can't get you on my Twitch line. There you are.
Yeah, I better host the other. Might help.
Okay.
I've not put a name in it, I've just done a quick note.
Okay, we should be getting a raid any minute now.
Raid!
Oh, I heard a dingy thing. Oh, thank you for the subscription, Kahuna. That was kind of you.
I think I've been subbing for like 11 months, but
I think you have, yes?
Yeah, that's what it said, yeah.
That is what it says. Thank you so much for supporting the channel, Kahuna. You're awesome.
My pleasure, and Aaron does the same for me, so, it's kawash.
Looks good on the metrics anyway, right?
Actually, no, you get half, Aaron gets, you get a quarter, Aaron gets a quarter, and Twitch gets half.
Oh,
Yeah.
Guys, World Anvil have raided costumed you.
Yeah, that's fine. That's all right. We'll give people a couple minutes to show up then if they want to come.
Oh, the raid went somewhere else. Wow.
Yeah.
That's so well.
Oh, we probably weren't up when he wanted to raid. Our fault. Okay, then.
Well, did anybody talk to Secondhand about it?
He knew it was happening. He advertised it on the
Okay.
server and stuff. Hello, Emily. Good to see you. Hello, Daz.
Hello, everybody. I don't know. Can they all hear us?
Yes, they can.
They should be able to all hear us.
Okay.
They can indeed.
Busy working away. Doing stuff.
All right. So in a few seconds, we're going to turn this over to our actual our on-screen host, Kahuna the Elder.
That's right.
I haven't even seen what it looks like yet.
Oh, I forgot to put my phone up. See, this is...
I'm a donut. I muted my mod view, so your sound didn't come over. And I still typed in host disable radio.
You can't host
I was
me?
already hosting
Is that
it.
what it says?
Wake up, stretch.
Hello, Calutan. Hello, Charmy City. Hello, Darth. Good to see you. Hi, Extreme Psy.
The whole gang is here.
That's
James,
right.
And James is a tiger.
And James
still
is
on
a
the-
tiger. Yeah,
We're still on the starting soon screen, right?
we are,
Yes.
yes.
Okay.
James is a tiger. Is having he's snacking now on a mountain lion.
Snacking, yeah, that's what I wish I'd had time to do before we started.
Yeah.
I went and got the leftover pizza.
There may be a moment of me with my mic off chewing on things, because...
Hey, on my stream, they're used to me chewing on things, so what the heck? You see me picking my nose?
Okay, Dazzly Cat is ready for the fun and the mayhem. There will be plenty of that, we promise you.
Yeah, we
Yep.
do. It's gonna be a good time, guys. Aaron is dragging his sad, sorry sack out of bed. So this is like, pretty, I don't know, I guess he didn't sleep well last night. He's been having some insomnia, but he is awake. He will be along shortly. So if you don't see his face when we, go to the screen, don't worry about it. He will be coming.
You did say you're just going to plan on bringing up the whole screen, right?
Yep.
With just the 4 windows, so you can pop that up anytime, I guess.
Yeah, I sure can.
We don't have to worry about break-ins and breakouts and things. Okay.
I'll be right back because I got to.
Kill a dog.
Well, yeah, pretty much.
Okay, I'll wait a moment then before I start getting excited here.
The dogs have an uncanny ability of knowing when I need to speak. So yeah, I've got that going for me. I made a rhubarb tart this week. I have never had a rhubarb tart. I didn't really kill the dog. I muted it. Well, really, it was attenuate because he's not really muted. You can still hear him.
Oh, I should post this on Twitter.
Why don't we pop over the face screen so they can see who we are?
That's probably true. Okay. All right, we'll do that. I'll do that on the other computer then. Oh, dingy things. Oh, hey, Mergendor. Thank you very much for the bits. Yay, and hello, AP. Good to see you. All right, let's
It's AP.
let's say thank you here to one of our main, well, I guess we can't really call them sponsors, but definitely we're all here because of them. So let's start with our And hello, everyone, and welcome. Kahuna, the stage is yours.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to what is going to promise to be a rather fun stream today. We are going to be designing an adventure and building a world to support it live here on stream with your suggestions. We started with a poll earlier this week to kind of just give us at least a background to start with. And then what we're going to do is periodically during the day today, we're going to be asking you, hey, where should we go with this? And we'll do a quick poll. You guys let us know what you want to see, and we will build it. We will be doing, map making, character building, storytelling. What else are we going to be doing? Lots. So
lots of stuff.
So we've got everybody here. Sable's here. Aaron will be along shortly. Stretch is here. Bob is here. So all of us are going to be working on this simultaneously. So I think probably the best way is if you have questions, if you've been on Worldbuilder stream, you know how they do it. Question in all caps at the beginning in the chat. And then we will try to take the questions as, in order as quickly as we can. Sable, do you have a question redemption that they can use?
Well, hold on here. They're telling me we're buffering already, guys. Just a sec here.
Okay. Entirely possible.
Yeah.
And as a note, we have a backup planned just in case. So
we do.
If things kind of go wonky, it'll take us a minute or two, but we will build it. We will have you back on relatively quickly. So we actually made plans.
We did. Yes, if things go south and we continue to get buffering issues or whatever, hopefully that was just a momentary thing. But if it happens again more than once, then we will be raiding over to Kahuna's channel as soon as he gets set up, and then we will do it there. And that is fun.
And if that fails, you can raid over to me.
That's right.
Yeah, we have multiple backup plans. we have gotten our snacks ready.
Yes.
I have pizza.
You have.
Stretch doesn't have food, but then Stretch never has food.
I'm going to shop shopping yesterday.
He was down to just eating, potato chips this week. I mean, come on.
That's right. That's right.
And Bob's always got good food going on. So
Bob actually, just before we started this, had a nice large bowl of leftover chicken gumbo. So.
Ah,
well, that sounds good.
Why are you guys so cruel to me?
You know, it really is kind of cruel to stretch. That's kind of not fair. It's true.
Which
He
is,
told
which
us
is
he was
exactly what
hungry.
he deserves.
He told us he was hungry when we started. That wasn't nice.
Well, so why
Well,
don't we get started, folks?
Yes.
And I guess the place to get started is to review the poll that's been floating around for a
Sure.
week, so we can all see where we're starting.
I'll put it up on the
Makes sense.
screen.
I'm just gonna say, do you want to put it up or do you want me to put it up?
Oh, you know what? Why
Either
don't
one.
you put it up? Let's leave the presenting screen up here. You go ahead, Bob. That makes more sense.
Okay, so that means I need to find present now. There it is.
Let's go to our larger.
And I want to present a window, and I want it to be that window. And everybody should now see it.
All right.
Can you see it?
See what?
Yes,
Yep.
I guess you can. To avoid mirroring, don't share your entire screen or browser window. Share just a tab. That is what we're doing. Okay. So the first question. First of all, we had 39 people responded to the poll, which is really cool. I don't think we have 39 people on here now, but 39 people are going to have at least some say as to what we did.
That's
The
right.
first question turned out to be the only one that came in close, and by one vote, the oppressive, fatalistic, evil Warhammer, Dune, Game of Thrones, 1984-like world is the winner.
This is a craptastic world. Yes.
Yes.
By one vote.
Yes. So the world sucks. So that's our given number one, is the world sucks. Question number 2, though, was what mood should the adventure itself play? And winning by 3 votes was hopeful. And by that we meant if we win, things will be better for now. And our examples were James Bond, Star Wars 4.
Yeah.
All right. So, okay, it's cool. We can celebrate. People are happy. People are free or relative, for now. But we all know that sooner or later, 10 minutes after the final credits roll, the world is going to suck again. Yes.
That's right. Thank you very much for the subscription, Esong. Much
so that's
appreciated.
where we are
Good
there.
to see
Hello,
you.
Esong. How's it going? I can't get to my chat right away to say Esong. The next question was the fun one. This one went all over the place all week long. But at the very end, there was apparently some lobbying that was being done actively by a couple of people. And we finally ended up with a very definitive winner,
Yep.
by 7 votes. The winner with 14 votes, which is twice as much as the next nearest competitor, is Medieval Dark Ages. So we're basically talking traditional Tolkien, the D&D world that everybody grew up with, that kind of Euro fantasy kind of realm. It's worth noting that in second place was Age of Steam. For a while, Age of Steam was winning, so we thought we were going to be doing some kind of steampunky.
Yep.
We were already talking about whether we would sub, whether our first sub question would be, okay, are we doing Victorian England Age of Steam? Are we doing Wild West Age of Steam? Are we doing whatever? But we're not doing any of that. We're doing Euro fantasy. So
Yeah. For a while, they were also running neck and neck, and I was like,
Yes.
ways to combine. But no, it's a definitive winner.
I think for a very brief time, the Renaissance City was running up there too, and that would have been a fun one.
You bet.
That would have been. I think like the Medicis in Florence, and for plotting and intrigue and things like that. But that one could have turned into a good vampire kind of. That would have been a good mix there.
Sure, vampires in Venice plotting against each other could have been really awesome, but whatever. It's cool.
But like
you
I
guys
said,
voted?
we're doing traditional Euro fantasy, and that's fine because we're all comfortable with it. What about magic? By a huge margin, we're going low magic. So we will not have wizards snapping wands and throwing fireballs and lightning bolts. But we might have circles of cultist priests casting rituals that take 12 hours to complete, or we might have to be searching for or preventing other people from searching for certain materials that they need to complete some large complex spell.
And depending on what system we're using, we may have to make modifications to the setting. Like if we end up using
Right.
D&D Pathfinder type systems, then obviously we're either going to have to decide on alternate rules for our spellcasters, a level cap, or maybe major spellcasters just don't exist in this
Or
setting.
even simply just limit the choice of player characters and NPCs. Yeah, so that sorcerers, wizards, and druids, and priests would have to be limited because you're going to need them. But the other spellcasters might just be out.
Yeah, but maybe they only get paladins or other minor healing classes,
right.
And they don't get the major ones.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So we'll deal with that when we figure out what when we get a little farther on.
Yep.
And then the last one, which is interesting, when it's put up against the fact that we're a low magic world, is everybody does want multiple sentient races and fantastic and magical creatures.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's strange.
Making shit hard for yourselves, are you?
Well, the multiple sentient creatures is not a problem. That just means that we can have, and they don't have to be elves and dwarves. They might be something else. We don't know. But even the magical creatures, that might be the source of the low magic. It might be necessary. Like I said, it might be, in order to cast that spell, you need a unicorn horn. Now you got to go find a unicorn.
Yeah, and are you actually going to steal a unicorn's horn? That's not the nicest thing to do.
So it says fantastic creatures.
Yes,
it's fantastic /
they aren't
magical.
necessarily magical. That's true too.
Yeah.
But we're not limited to the standard Earth flora and fauna. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, Emily's like, I wasn't in that, everybody. Emily wanted like science fiction, futuristic stuff, which also would have been cool, right?
Yeah.
So
vote
for that next time.
So that's where
guys.
we're starting.
Yeah.
So that's where we're starting, and as a result of that, let me unshare now. Stop presenting, and everybody pops back. We do have a couple more questions that we need to ask, and I'm going to pop the first one up in the chat, if I can find the chat. There it is. Let me just get the link for it. The first question is a very simple one. What kind of adventure are we actually going to do? And what I've done is I've set up a poll. Anybody that follows the Great GM will know that he defines 4 kinds of adventures, 4 structures of adventures, and that's basically what I used. So I didn't want to do that. I wanted to get the link.
Did you add my 2 suggestions?
To the what types of adventures?
Yes.
No, I didn't see your 2 suggestions to that.
Yeah, they were in there. Okay, so my 2 suggestions were, right, based on what you had here, let's see, we should start with what you had, so I should, the problem is
this was my 4th question, not my first question. I did add the ones to the first question.
Yeah, okay. Types of adventure. I added negotiating, right? The party must convince hostile forces to put aside their differences to face the threat. And questing, the party must undertake a series of tasks to prove their worthiness to a power that can help. And that could be like the divine quest or, some powerful magic user over there that they've got to earn the favor of in order to get their help against whatever the threat is, right? Something like that. Since it's a low magic world, they'd have motivation, right?
All right, so the party, what was your negotiating in?
Okay.
The
party must convince, awesome. The party must convince hostile factions to put aside their differences to face the threat. I was thinking Game of Thrones because this whole setup here could very much be Game of Thrones except with elves and dwarves and stuff, right?
Yeah.
So I was thinking, okay, so maybe we're negotiating, right? And then the last one was questing. The party must undertake.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the party must undertake a series of tasks to prove their worthiness to a power that can help.
All right. So in other words, though, for that one, the tasks themselves are not necessarily related to the ultimate
Right.
goal.
Like
They're
it,
just prove yourself tasks. Okay.
yeah. Go through this, series of questions from a sphinx and solve their riddles.
Yep.
Yeah. That kind of stuff. Whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why do I have an option 7? I don't want an option 7. Okay, there we go. All right. So now that we have those 2 added to the Great GM's 4, here is the link for everybody to right now get in and vote.
So
And
get in and vote.
4 of us don't get to vote.
That's right.
Yeah, we actually have pretty much zero input into this.
That's right.
It's all your guys' ideas. We put up the first poll. We're doing that. As we poll during the day, we're going to use your suggestions to figure out what's next. And by the way, I've been quiet for the last few minutes because I am setting up the backup.
Yep.
Just in case.
I figured out what was going on. By the way, I still had the World Anvil stream live, so.
That'll kill it.
Yeah, it will. So hopefully we shouldn't see any more of that. But like we said, if we do, we have alternatives. So
we do.
Okay. How many people do we have in chat right now, by the way? Because I can tell you we have 5 responses so far. 6.
We have 24 viewers according to the.
Cool. Okay. 7, because I'm not putting. I'm putting it. Well, at some point we will call this when it starts slowing down. We're up to 9, and they're spread all over the place. 10, 11. We have a winner right now. Oh, now we don't.
Nice. I'm gonna mute my mic for a minute and eat my chips for breakfast. Here is what I'm gonna do while we're waiting for poll results.
So I tell you what, while that poll runs, let's start thinking about the next poll. I'm gonna put this one up too, and I don't want to have more than 2 running at a time. That'll be confusing for everybody.
Right.
Yeah.
But the second one that I'm gonna put up, we mentioned that this is a big bad sucky world. So this question asks, what exactly is the source or the nature of the oppression that makes it a big bad sucky world?
Yeah, and you said you got my suggestions for that, so we're good to go.
There are basically 6 choices here. The first one, I'll just to read them real quick to kill time. The political powers that hold sway are evil and the source of the oppression that is felt by everyone. Internal political struggles and conflicts among the powerful are creating undue suffering and instability among the common folk. Those 2 are similar but not identical. In the first one, everybody knows who the evil queen is, and everybody knows that she's all powerful and she's evil. All right. In the second one, you have rival again, kind of Game of Thronesy. You have rival factions, neither of which really cares about the common people, and the fact that they're fighting is just making it worse for everybody. Third choice is the region is constantly being invaded by others, which could be a different species or whatever, that raid, pillage, and destroy. And the local leaders have been powerless to stop it. A terrible magical creature dominates the area. This is the local dragon type scenario. Some terrible outside threat, dark necromancer or a deranged wizard. Now I know we said low magic. That doesn't mean that we can't have a necromancer, for example, who over the course of a 3-day ritual can't raise an army of undead.
Sauron.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
So we have that, and then we have just the generic evil force permeating the very nature of reality, and that's kind of think Cthulhu.
Yeah, or World of Darkness or Ravenloft, right?
Yeah.
A corrupting force.
I like Extreme's question. He's just put in chat. Are you using adventure meaning one shot or multi-session?
One shot.
Is that one shot?
We figure we don't have time to do a multi-session. We can build out from here afterwards, and that's one of the reasons why the world has been created for us to do this, and we're all writers on the world, so we can continue to add to it after the event, and we probably will.
Right. Okay,
Who
I
knows?
just put,
We may have another event to do it.
yes, I just put. All right, I've just put up that second form. So if you've already voted in the first one,
I can't see.
have at the second one.
Esong has asked perhaps that we need to know the winner of the first poll before we can vote on the second one.
All right, well we can do that if we want. I've got 16 responses in. Is there anybody else still contemplating an answer on the first question? Is there anybody still staring at the first question, wondering which one to hit?
Is there anybody staring at the screen and wondering what we're doing?
Most of them, I think.
And the reason it matters, if there's anybody out there, because right now there's just one vote between separating the top two.
Drum roll. I like what Emily's just put in chat. That's why they're the Dark Lord, because they have access to so much power.
And interestingly enough, Sable, the two that are top running right now are the two that you added.
Interesting. Nice. That is interesting.
So everybody's ignoring the great GM.
I feel like the great GM is right about the general timber of what tends to be the, what people do in RPG adventures. But I also feel like we've all done that once at least, right? Yeah. So maybe that's why.
And my guess is he'd say that that your two could fit into his four anyway.
Probably he would.
Way, but
yeah. Yeah, and I can see that.
But they're easier to understand spelled out, so I have no problem with them being here. All right, we're still at 16. Let's call this one.
Okay.
That's
and the winner by one vote with a whopping 31% of the total.
Nice.
5 out of the 16 votes was the winner. Every one of the choices got at least one vote.
Cool.
But the winner is negotiating.
Awesome. Yes. I was hoping you guys would go for that because that's fun.
All right. So that means what do we know now? It means we know we have at least 2 hostile factions.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe more.
Which could now very well, yes, I could see where that could very well lead us to option 2 in the next poll, which is the rival opponents type thing, So we could go very Game of Thrones with this if we want or not, depending on what you folks think.
Yeah.
I don't know. Now these guys are twisted and they're trying to mess us up, so they might just deliberately avoid the source of oppression being 2 rival factions.
And I say, bring it.
They might, and you know what? That's cool too, because then depending on what they go with, we have to. The challenges for this is more, this is where Kahuna and I shine, right? Okay, we have these conditions. What's the storyline that makes this work, right? So yes. Yeah.
So you can throw us something as screwed up as you want. We will figure it out.
We will, and it might make a very cool, unique setting. By that. Yeah. So I welcome it.
We have 15 responses on the second poll. So there's one person missing from the first poll that didn't answer yet.
Daz says they just voted.
Do we need to repost the link? Because the chat has been really active, so maybe we should repost that second link.
Okay, we can do that.
AP's like, I already forgot what I voted on.
I like what Esong put. It goes well with my vote for number 2. However, I'm more interested in a twist on Game of Thrones rather than Game of Thrones pure.
Hey, no problem. You know what?
We can twist things. Yeah.
I already in my head.
We have our 16. We have our 16.
Excellent. Well, let's see if more people choose to vote on this one because there's 23 people in the chat. So
we're going to need a runoff on this one because we have a tie.
Ooh.
Wait. We have a 17th response, and that has changed the balance of power.
Give it another minute since you just put the link up.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Laura says, I dislike evil for evil's sake, so there was only one real option for me. I agree with you. I don't tend to like evil for evil's sake either. I prefer the evil that lurks in the hearts of people. Yes.
So you know my ex-wife.
Ooh, shots definitely fired.
Okay, shall we say going once?
And my ex.
Going twice. Okay.
Well, X
with
wasn't evil. He was just
17 votes
immature.
are in. Once again, the difference is a mere. Oh no! Now there's 2 vote difference. Okay, so now it's a lock. Okay.
Damn.
We have 18 responses now.
Uh-oh.
And we have
we might
19
have to
responses
incorporate
now.
if it runs a tie, Bob, then we'll just have to incorporate both.
4.
Yeah.
Well, we have somebody winning by 2, and then a tie for second.
Interesting.
Well, that's a win though by 2.
Yeah, the win by 2. The one that's up by 2 right now is internal political struggles and conflicts among the powerful are creating undue instability and suffering among the common folk. The
I like
2
that. That's
runners
complex.
up were the terrible outside threat. You know, the evil cult.
Okay, we're still doing Game of Thrones here, but fine.
And then the other one was the evil force, just the evil force permeating the nature of reality.
Oh, now that's interesting.
So those were tied for second, but there's 2 votes behind the winner.
So the winner is internal strife.
Right. Well,
Which
which actually gives us a break because it kind of goes right to the one before that.
Yes.
Okay.
So we have 2 rivals, and we have to. Well, now then again, we could twist ourselves here. Nothing says that we have to make those 2 rivals agree to fight a larger common foe. Maybe we need a third party. You know, we could think about that.
Stretch is trying to say something here.
I'll just put it in chat. I'm thinking elements of The Witcher. We've got low magic. And we've got internal strife, where if you've ever played the game, there's a lot of that. You're in between 2 armies. There's the negotiating in there. Elements of The Witcher would fit rather nicely.
Cool. And I don't want to go... Oh, no, go ahead.
More the game than the film.
I don't want to go, like, I realize a lot of this seems to fit with the Game of Thrones idea. I don't want to go Game of Thrones, obviously.
Yeah, we don't want to build Game of Thrones.
Right, we're looking for inspiration. So, yeah, bring in The Witcher. You know, I've actually got, like, it's a world that I hadn't created yet that I can draw onto because it's been in the back of my head that's very similar to this as well with the whole, you know, actually the whole thing. It's, Rowan will recognize that it's the Forever Throne setting. Right, that would work very well with this too. So, you know, there was stuff there there were powerful magical trees upon whom the life force of the world depended, except that the trees have been corrupted by dark forces. This is one thing that was part of this setting, right? And so it's causing, you know, blighted areas on the land and, you know, evil creatures to pop up and corrupted creatures. And the part of what happened in this setting was that the original kingdom was destroyed, right? So, oh, thank you for the bid. Right? They were, so they were trying to reunite all the disparate factions that had risen up since the ending of the big kingdom, right, in order to try to face this corruption in the land. So there's something, I'm just throwing it out there in case anything from that is useful. I don't want to recreate my setting, it's our setting, but I thought here's some stuff that could be used.
All right. Okay, we have one more question now. Again, the original polls told us that we were going to have multiple sentient creatures. So tell us what they are.
There we go.
There's a poll in the chat. You can select up to 3.
There's Aaron.
All right. There is the last option on this poll is an other, and you can type in if there's something that you want that isn't on the list. You can just key it in manually. And we'll
yes,
see how
Daz, this is a third poll. We're voting for our sentient races who are our heroes.
We like polls.
Correct. Yeah. Now, this is who are the good guys. It could be the party members. It could be the allies of the party members. People that we're not expecting trouble from. Let's put it that way.
Right.
I will tell everybody there's going to be a follow-up question to this, which is going to be who are the bad guys, and it's going to be exactly the same list. There's nothing wrong with having the same race on both lists.
Especially since they chose hostile factions
Hostile
working
factions,
against each
exactly.
other. Yeah.
We could
Hey,
have
baby.
rival.
How are you this morning?
So we could have rival vampire covens.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm alive.
The courts.
Nah, I hear you.
Hey, Aaron.
You okay?
Okay, we have somebody added dog folk. So if anybody's thinking dog folk, then you can put that in as another, and it'll add into the vote. We do have we have somebody that's winning by 1 right now. We have 14 responses in. Apparently, we want to wait till we have at least 16 or 17 before we start threatening to close down the poll.
What I did think of was wolf folk, not to be confused with werewolves.
Right.
Or dog folk.
Yeah.
Dog folk, but more wolfish.
Aaron just got here, actually, Cy. So
We now have a 3-way tie for first.
I love how everyone's cheering for their favorites in the chat. That's great.
Oh, but I can see how this is going.
See you later, Esong.
Ooh, well, we'll skip
later,
watching the
Esong.
VOD if we need players. There's something that we might want to consider playing
Well,
this.
all right, we have 17 responses. Is there anybody else still out there
Hey, Gala.
that wants to respond?
So I've been looking forward to playing this.
Let me pop the I'll pop the query up one more time. There's the form. We have 18, and we have a winner right now by 1. But there are 2 that are right behind it. Oh, that one's pulling away.
And of course,
And
later on we'll have a poll as to, well, it'll be more like a pool. When will Mrs. Cahoon come in and interrupt me? So.
Ooh, interesting. We have 20 responses now, and
wow.
I did say choose 3, so we might take more than 1 off the top of this list.
Yeah, let's take, well, I mean, like, we don't have to limit ourselves either.
Right.
Right? We could create, kingdoms with, like, or nations with multiple sentience in it. We don't have to go, okay, there's the rat folk over there or whatever. And then that way, we'll take, like, the top few in that case. Correct. And mix and match. So.
Shadow Malachi is just asking, do we need to log in for votes to count?
I don't.
If it lets you record the votes, then I would say no. But if it's not letting you record them, then you'll need to tell Google who you are at least. Yeah.
Mm.
We're up to 21.
I think for a Google form, you need a Google account.
Damn the Goog. 8 people need to go vote. Okay.
8 more need to go vote?
That's what Amelie says.
We have 21.
I don't know what the closed captioning is doing. We are using because apparently the closed captioning was being kind of weird, but we're using the Google Meet closed captioning because I'm not using my regular closed captioner. It would only pick me up anyway if I did. So, because it's causing issues and delays on my stream. So we're running with this, and I make I accept no responsibility for what it has to say. Let's just say that.
So it's censored? Kahuna?
No, it made a potential slur out of kahuna is what it did.
Wow.
Wow. Okay, so
hey,
we have 21 votes in, and it seems stable there. And we have a tie for the top. Ooh. Now remember, this is who are the good guys, right?
Could be an alliance.
And the good guy tie at the top is between humans and vampires.
Oh, that's interesting.
1 vote behind that is elves.
Wow.
And 1 vote behind that is shape changer, werewolf, and dragons.
Whoa. Okay, this is very interesting. Wow.
Humans and
Cool.
vampires as the good guys.
Humans and vampires are the good guys. Yeah.
I like that.
Okay, so
like
it's
that.
Natalia's world. That's awesome. Okay.
Hmm.
Okay, keep that handy because we're gonna need that.
All right.
We're
So
gonna
yeah,
get
I mean,
back to that.
these polls will all be, you know, we can. That's one of the reasons I did them in Google Forms, is so that we'd be able to keep the results.
Right.
Because if you do a Twitch poll, once the poll is done, it's gone.
Yep.
You know.
Out.
All right. One last question, and that is, who are the bad guys?
They can be the
And
same
again-
ones.
And again, it could be the same ones. It's going to be exactly the same list.
I like elves, Charmy. My elves are always interesting. You don't you worry about my elves.
And there we go.
Yes, Kayatan, maybe make vampires who can walk in the sun. Just not make them sparkly.
Yeah.
Well, that's the whole background for Blade.
Yeah.
Is you have a
Dracula
daywalker.
could walk in the sun if you ever read the book, guys. Right? This whole vampires can't. Oh,
Yeah,
no.
that's true.
Go ahead, babe. Sorry.
Nothing.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're definitely going to have humans, vampires, and elves, I'd say.
Mm-hmm.
And then if we wanted to have the occasional
Or the
helpful
elves.
dragon or the occasional helpful werewolf, even, we could throw that in. Now, it'll be interesting once we compare this to the bad guy list, because I mean, if for example, werewolf ends up high on the list, then we might work in a renegade werewolf that's trying to bring things together and be part of the negotiating, and
And
It's
again,
like
you're
twist on Underworld.
yeah.
Now you're getting into Underworld, but where you could have the humans and the vampires are against the werewolves.
Yeah, could be.
Because we all know we all hate dogs.
Now, of course, if humans end up on the bad list too, then that could also mean that the humans end up being split. You know, some of the humans are pro vampire and some of them are pro something else. Yeah.
Oh, I just thought, if you've got hypothetically humans, werewolves, vampires. I mean, traditionally, werewolves are the slaves of the vampires. They're literally the worker dogs. Flip it around. Vampires are the slaves of the werewolves.
That could be fun.
Could be.
Because of the,
I should point out too, by the way, there were two other votes besides Dogfolk in that first in the who are the good guys, and they were demons and hexbloods.
Interesting.
Wow.
Nobody picked dwarves, nobody picked gnomes, and nobody picked halflings.
no dwarven bacon.
No dwarven
No
bacon.
dwarven bacon.
There has to be dwarven bacon somewhere.
Well, unless they turn out on the bad guy list, we're no.
Well, there could be dwarven bacon, just not made by dwarves. It's really small bacon.
Yeah, or the dwarves have been exterminated, and
Oh, that's a possibility.
you know, and that's all that's left of their culture.
Oh, that could be interesting, actually. Because that, like, raises the stakes. We know that whatever the faction is, the evil faction invasion, or if whatever it was that was the secondary one, could be a real threat that they need to get their shit together about. Yeah, that could be interesting.
I don't know. The chat's agreeing. Dwarven bacon is a must.
I like it.
Demons
Dwarven
as
bacon
good
is a
guys,
must.
says Cayutan. Maybe this adventure takes place in hell, right?
I like this.
And maybe the demons are like slaves of the evil powers, and they don't really want to do any of this nasty shit. They just have no choice. So there's an uprising going on in hell. Like, we can make it work, guys. There's nothing we can't make work.
Yeah, I mean, you twist it all you want. We'll figure it out.
Do you just see what AP wrote? I'll quickly run through it. Dwarven bacon is a must. Maybe that's why there are no dwarves.
Ooh.
Yeah, well, Satrium's got dwarves have been exterminated because vampires made bacon out of them.
Look, cannibalism is an option, guys. They chose a craptastic world, so.
All right, okay, guys, we have 21 votes in on the bad guy list, and we have two definitive winners. All right, that by far, our bad guys are elves and humans.
Awesome.
Interesting.
Ooh.
Awesome.
I like it.
Now, elves came in the top 3 on the other side too.
They did.
So we could have elves split.
Yep,
And then we
warring
have humans
factions
and
of elves.
vampires, but the vampires are good guys and the humans are on both sides as well.
Right.
So we have split elves, split humans, and definitively good vampires. Think about that. Now, as far as a third choice, though, we have 5 groups tied for the third choice. Orcs, vampires, Asimir, shape changers, werewolves, or fey folk.
Right.
Maybe we stick. I don't know. I mean, the easy way out would be to just call it vampires and then just stick ourselves to those 3 races.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we should definitely start with that because, I mean, we don't have like, an infinite amount of time to do things. We are scheduled for several hours, but it's only going to be like one day, right? So I agree. Let's cheat and start with the easy way out, but we can add more later if we have the time, right?
Yeah. So. The odd thing is though, we don't have the clear-cut villain. The clear-cut villain winner it would have to be either humans or elves.
Right. Well, why not?
I have an idea.
Okay.
Years ago, well before I knew about World Anvil, I had an idea for a story, which is vampires are split into 2 factions. One see humans as just food, and they're completely feral, and they just kill humans. And other vampires are good and don't drink the blood of humans. They're the majority and they're the ruling force. But there's a big battle between the 2. And obviously humans are caught in the middle because one side sees them as food. So they're quite happy to help out the ones that don't see them as food.
The only problem is we had no vampire bad guys. Vampires were definitively good guys in this conflict.
Well, they did come in tied for 3rd, vampires.
Oh, on the bad guys? Okay.
Yeah, but tied with
Okay, Stretch's idea can work here then. Yeah.
Tied with orcs, werewolves, Asimir, and fey.
Asimir as bad guys. Wow, that's fun.
Oh, elements of priest.
As long as the vampires don't sparkle in the sunlight, as in the.
Now, what if our vampire factions were we prefer the blood of elves versus we prefer the blood of dwarves, or of humans rather, and the elves are helping the human drinking vampires, and the humans are helping the elf drinking vampires.
I'm wanting more than 2 factions fighting each other. I want like at least 3 because then you have to juggle things and there's politics, right? Okay, maybe, right? Okay, here's my thought. The vampires were created through necromantic experiments by either the elves or the humans or both. It's not, they're not like some ancient evil curse. They were like the subject of some horrible atrocity, maybe having to do with this threat that's permeating the land, the thing that is corrupting the force to some extent, and the door was opened by these evil necromantic experiments, and now these are just poor slobs who've got to deal with the fact that suddenly they have like, a desire for blood and all this other merry bullshit, right? So
when we have the bad guys as the ruling party, and that's why it's oppressive,
right? I mean, the oppression is caused. The winner was factions that didn't get along, right? Are fighting each other and being selfish about it, and therefore they're not dealing with the secondary threats, which were an evil permeating the land and outside invaders, which were tied, right? So we could have like Cthulhu's mythos is like invading, the far realm has showed up and there's a portal into the land. We could have, the Shatter Crusade from World of Warcraft, like that kind of stuff all works with that kind of thing,
Yeah. Just a quick question. Is anybody writing this down?
No.
Well,
Oh,
we're
we've got to do
recording. Yes, and no. We are recording the results of the polls.
Yes, but we have all these other ideas. Now, the other thing is for those of you who are watching, especially if you get stuck with world building, whatever, I want you to notice something, and you see it in the chat all the time. Yeah, we've seen there are no new ideas. Every time we come up with, hey, we could do this, somebody gives us an example of where it was done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So don't be afraid when you are world building, like, oh, that's been done. That's been done. That's been done. Yes, it has been done, but it hasn't been done by you. So when you're world building, don't get caught up in the whole, oh, it's been done thing, because yeah, there aren't a whole lot of new ideas out there. Your idea, your way of spinning it is how it becomes different. So don't get hung up on that.
Yeah. What if we start from the premise that our adventuring party, are vampires?
Mm-hmm. Then
Vampire could be a
darkness.
template that could be applied to multiple races,
Right.
too.
So I mean, we're the good guys. The vampires are the good guys. The hostile factions include humans and elves. There's always going to be a few bad apples, even in our own group. We're trying to do something to help the vampires.
Right.
The vampires are the oppressed people here, and we want the oppression to stop. That doesn't necessarily mean we want to wipe out humanity, but we want the oppression to stop. There's always going to be vampires that are working with the bad guys that help keep us down, but that's been true of anything and everything. So what if we went that way, and now our factions, it could be elves versus humans, or the elves and humans could be mixed on both sides, or
I like this. I think this makes sense.
So elves and humans are on both sides.
Elves and humans are on both sides. Yeah.
Vampires are good.
Vampires were technically on both sides, but they were much stronger on the good side than the bad.
Okay. But they have been oppressed.
That's my suggestion. Is actually, the vampires are the oppressed commoners that we're talking about.
Okay,
I like Sable's idea.
Which?
With the vampires having been created by the humans and elves.
Yeah.
Intentionally or unintentionally. But they're just dealing with the bullshit existence that they have to go through now. And the elves, in particular, with humans generally helping, want to wipe them out.
Mm-hmm.
But there are humans, because humans are the majority faction here, of course, right? There are humans that are on the side of, look, these people are just, disabled.
Right.
For lack of any better way of putting it. Right.
I think maybe a way to look at it is, at least on the human side, there are those who say, hey, we created this problem for them, we need to help them fix it, versus the ones who go, yeah, we created this problem, damn right.
Yeah, now we got to kill them.
You've got two who are like, yeah, we created it, so what?
You got one group that says, we created the problem, therefore we got to take the final solution. And the other group that says we created the problem, now we got to figure out how to live with it.
Right. Okay, because of I had the sprint timer running on the screen when I first opened it up. Because of requests of the chat, I have turned it off. I didn't know if people would want it. They said it was distracting, so it's gone.
Yeah.
Thanks for letting me know. I wasn't sure, and I didn't have a chance to ask because we dove right in. So, which is fun.
Okay, so we're almost at the 1 hour mark here. Do we have any other questions that we think we need to get started? I would ask some quickies. And we could, I don't know if we need a formal poll for these or whatever. What kind of geographical scope do we want to deal with for this adventure?
That's a good one for me.
Do we want to live in a village? Do we want to live in a castle? Do we want to live in a kingdom?
Cave. Underground.
I think in order to incorporate the factions that are hostile to one another, and we have to manipulate, like, or go negotiate with to try to deal with this. Because remember, there's also this outside threat. There's invaders coming, and there's evil permeating the nature of the land and corrupting it, which the vampires are part of a sign of, obviously, right? So. Okay, so in order to do that, we either need like a very large metropolis city, right, where we have like the Medicis, right, or we need disparate kingdoms or duchies or counties or something like that. So it,
So really, we're talking metro versus region.
Right.
Okay.
Idea I just had.
Okay.
Is
No.
people okay?
Well, that settles it.
All right. Well, why don't we ask that first question? Do we want urban versus rural?
Well, hold on. I think that Stretch was addressing that here. He had a thought.
I have a separate one. How about the outside world is a death world of some sort, like a radioactive wasteland or something like that?
Yes.
People live underground in caves.
This is a craptastic world. We can do that.
So rather than the vampiric vulnerability to sunlight, it's the actual outside world that it's deadly. And you have to be wrapped up and you can only be outside for a brief moment.
All right, we could do that. I think it still leaves the question though: is this taking place in a concentrated metropolis or
like
so when I say urban versus rural could include a wide, diverse network of caves or caverns underground with little mini settlements scattered all around.
Sorry, babe, I didn't hear you.
I was agreeing with Bob.
Okay. Sure. And the other thing is, if we do like, that kind of thing, could be like layers, right? Like maybe there is actually a layer that's on the surface, but the outside area is all like, or it could like start at the surface of the earth is like the first layer, and then we can go down. That's another option, right?
Oh,
I don't know.
I like the idea of the earth as being hostile place.
Yeah.
Magic being rare and difficult. That could be why magic is rare and difficult.
Yeah.
Because somebody used magic at one point and wiped out the surface.
Yeah, and it's either like a dangerous, and we could get more information about what the danger is once we get that started too.
Well, I think
Extreme has an interesting suggestion here too.
Hell of a stream.
Vampires are the only immune race for the surface.
Maybe that's why they were created as slaves to go outside.
Oh.
So the vampires have access to the top side of the world, but the humans and elves are limited to the caves. Yeah.
Right, and the outside threat could just be humans and elves on the surface that have mutated under the magic, and now,
Yeah,
so
I figured
plenty of opportunity for encounter creatures. Yeah.
I want to do what the danger is on the outside and the surface in like some kind of, I think that should be another poll, because I can think of a million different apocalypses, guys, right? I know them all. There could be deadly wasteland, radioactive poison, maybe there's no atmosphere and it's space, like it could be, they live on an asteroid kind of thing of, tidally locked world. Maybe it's all like, really hot desert on one side and really cold on the other. It could be like, magic has gone to ludicrous levels and everything is like dangerous and there's wild magic zones and storms of magic, and like I can think of a million apocalypses. So. All
right,
but I can't have them all.
we still have the question: urban versus rural. Kahuna needs to know what map he's building.
Yeah. Yeah. So is it all in like a city?
Or is he building a region map?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I need to know what I'm doing there too.
Okay. Right. So in rural, you're meaning like there's separate groups that are all like underground, and people, we're connecting, that the party is connecting all of them by traveling between them, kind of
Yes.
thing. And okay,
Yeah, could be. Yeah, like I said, it could be underground, but it would be a connection of caves, with little pocket settlements and in caverns here and there.
right.
Whereas urban underground would just be one big cavern that's built up, with
Or you could
thousands
have
of people living in it. Yeah.
one focal city, like the capital, and everything else is
Connected.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, this one could probably be done with a simple Twitch poll, I imagine, eh?
Yeah, I think so.
Let's do it. I'll set that up.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, yes, Daz. All the humans and elves destroyed dwarves to move into dwarven cities.
Oh God, that makes
Oh.
such sense with this scenario.
Yeah.
And then dwarven bacon.
Yeah.
They wanted the
And
dwarven
that's what-
bacon.
And that's what created the death world outside, is the big magic that was cast to annihilate them.
No, I don't think so. I think that the magic was cast to annihilate something on the surface, and that's why they annihilated the dwarves, because they couldn't
To
live
move in,
Live on the
yeah.
surface anymore, yeah.
I would prefer that.
How long should I run the poll for, guys? 1 minute or 3 minutes? One of the two.
3, I think.
Three?
Three.
Yeah,
Three.
three. Vote.
I don't think we
Let
can do
everybody get a
any
shot.
more than that. So 3 minutes starting now, guys.
All right.
We don't get to vote.
I think that, yeah, I like the idea of a mutant sort of, I don't know, mist, whatever you want to call it, on the surface that makes it uninhabitable, that has mutated humans and elves into other things. Right? So on the surface, you've got monsters.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, and a lot of the resources are up on the surface, which is why vampires were created. The vampires were created
Right.
to try to be able to survive on the surface,
To get things
to
like the
be able to
fertile
harvest resources. Yeah.
that they need to survive.
Yeah.
The surface it appears normal to all appearances, but if a human's out in it for too long, or an elf,
They mutate.
they start mutating.
Cool.
Super mutants.
Yeah. Yeah, and don't forget there's
and
all
then
the
you
stuff
can
that
just
was
do
up there
things like-
before. Like, what about like mutated unicorns?
Yeah,
Oh, we could have mutated anythings now. Yeah. I mean,
right, exactly. That's the thing. You could have just monsters of aberration types.
Right. Which brings me to my next organizational question here. I think we're about to get ready to actually get started building here.
Yep.
We
Only
know
took us an hour.
Kahuna. No. You know what? That's about what I figured it would.
Yeah.
would take. Personally.
Brainstorming is a really important part of the process. man.
Kahuna is champing at the bit to get working on a map. DM is our resident expert in creatures, and you now have an entire mutant overworld to play with.
What system are we doing this in?
That's the next question.
That's the other question. Are we picking a system is the first question, or do we want to try to keep it generic?
Well, I think the initial idea was to create an adventure to play.
Yeah.
So I think we need a game to play it in.
Yeah, because here's the problem. It would be easy to pick D&D or Pathfinders, but one of the criteria from the original poll was low magic.
Yes, which
So
means
if we
lots of
went-
modifications with those
Right. So
systems.
if we went for D&D or Pathfinder, we basically have to rule out wizards, sorcerers, druids, and a big chunk of priests. Yeah.
Either that or we have to add a major limitation, right? Something like all magic takes 10 times whatever it says it takes in the player's handbook, right? Something like
Basically,
that.
combat casting is out the window.
Yeah, gone. Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
there's classes. There's like if you're playing a Pathfinder or third edition D&D, there are things you can design that are not really combat casters, and that's awesome, right? Because they will have, this is a setting. Remember, negotiation is our focus here, so they'll have lots of time to shine. They don't necessarily have to be fighting all the time. So good chance to highlight that. So it's possible, right? It does mean that we'll have to work if that's what we're doing. Okay,
Well,
rural
alchemy.
multi-realms is what won. So we're negotiating between disparate settlements that are under the ground, and we have to either travel over the surface, the party does, over the surface or under the ground to get to the disparate settlements in order to make them get along. So you have
over
your
the
scope for your
surface.
map.
That's why we're having the party as vampires.
Right.
Remember?
Yeah.
Right.
And so
I'm
the party is
reminded.
either elves or humans, but they're vampires.
Well, they could be, depending, right? Like, I'd say any of the basic player character traditional races, if they exist as a vampire, would be a legitimate PC.
Well, everything exists as a vampire in Pathfinder.
Right.
You know, just
All
sort of
magic is
scary when
wild
you encounter
surge.
storm
Yeah, that could be a thing, right? Yeah, every time magic is cast, you have to roll a wild surge result. Like, yeah, that's an option, right? What system do you guys want? Between the 5 of us, the most common one we understand is Pathfinder First Edition, I think, or 3.5 D&D. But I'm up to whatever.
D&D, Pathfinder. I'm more comfortable with 5e or Pathfinder 1.
Right.
But
yeah,
I'm more comfortable with 5e. But.
I can advise on 5e, but I can't create in that.
Right, and I'm not very familiar with the system either. Another
Pathfinder?
option is we could use World of Darkness, right? Which I wouldn't have thought of, except that, with this
Vampires.
universe, it's possible, right? But
I've never played any World of Darkness, so
yeah.
I can't create anything in it.
Okay, so basically we got the same problem we do with 5e then, so all right, fair enough.
Right, so I think we're going to be working with Pathfinder.
I guess so. We can always flesh out other systems afterwards for those of us who are familiar.
I was just going to say the exact same thing. Yeah, we can always, like, later on get Stretcher to convert it to, like, 5e and get Bob to convert it to 2nd edition Pathfinder. And,
right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I can do a World of Darkness conversion because that's my comfy zone. So, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, now the rival factions. Are we going to basically say that the rival factions both consist of elves and humans?
Absolutely.
Yes. Or is it elves versus
and
humans?
who says it's both? I want it. Like I said, I want at least 3. 5 would be better, but I doubt we'll have time for that today. So let's go with 3.
3.
Elves, humans, and the remnants of the dwarves.
I was actually thinking. Oh, okay, we could do that. If that get originally, I was thinking mix it all up. They're not, it's not just elves over here and humans over here.
No,
that's boring.
I don't think so either. Like, it's an empire, and it's like elves and humans took over the dwarves. So dwarves are second-class citizens, but they're still better than vampires, right? And they do all the physical shit in society is done by dwarves. Almost a slave caste of people that the elves, they do all the smithing, they do all the stone work, they do all the, that sort of stuff, right? And so there are elven, dwarven, and human vampires.
Kind of human or whatever. The elite treat the dwarves the same as the apes do the humans in Planet of the Apes.
Yeah, more or less. Yeah.
All the dwarves were eaten, says Amelie. A lot of them were. And that's another thing, too. There was probably, like, when all of a sudden all the resources go to shit, and then everybody are fighting over the remaining resources, right? Famine is a big thing. Now, okay, in All the
And-
stuff you guys hear about people doing horrible things to each other in disasters does
It's
not
bullshit.
actually happen in real life. This is entirely bullshit. People pull together and they try to survive. You get the occasional asshole, but the majority of people pull together. The one exception is famine, right? People will eat their own children in famine, right? So this is part of the history of this craptastic world. There were probably wars for each other's flesh, you know? Vampires really aren't such a, unusual thing in that setting.
Yeah.
You guys said craptastic world. You shouldn't have voted for that. My mind is vile, man. I'll give you
Somewhere
craptastic.
Somewhere along the lines, the audience forgot I'm a psychopath.
I was going to say we have Sable, Erin, and me here in the craptastic world.
Yeah, you guys are
asked for
fucked.
it. You guys asked for it. You know.
Kahuna, he's just gonna make a map.
Oh no, I gotta put some interesting things in the map too.
Okay.
Excellent. Okay, can I ask a favor of you, Bob, or what are you currently working on?
I actually just put together a quick couple sentence summary of where we're starting.
That's great. I was going to ask you to do
All
basically
right.
that.
And I'm gonna read it out now and see what I missed and what we what else. This is basically our abstract for our project here. The world is a sucky place. The surface is uninhabitable it is uninhabitable to normal elves and humans. Only vampires can survive on that surface. Other things reside there, mutated horrible things. An existential threat looms over all, but there are rival factions that are currently too busy fighting with each other to notice or care about the greater threat. The party is vampires, either elves or humans.
Or dwarves.
And the party needs to get the rivals to cooperate to fight against the greater threat.
Perfect.
Okay.
I think that is where we're starting. Yeah.
I think we need one other question then, and that is how are we going to define the greater threat? What is the greater threat?
I think that the greater threat would be a mutant leader. Right? Somebody has come forward to unite the mutants of the surface to formulate a great Mongol horde, basically.
That works. I mean, okay, the chat told us, right? But go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I thought you were done.
No, that's fine. I was done.
Okay, right. The chat told us. They said the first problem was going to be the rival factions that they have to get along, right? The second problem was a tie between outside invaders, right, and evil permeating the very nature of reality. Your scenario works within those parameters.
Yeah. By the way, what won the Twitch poll, or did it already disappear from your screen?
The Twitch poll was rural and multiple realms.
So spread out region.
Spread out region.
Yeah.
Okay, I need to take a bio, guys. Do we want to take a break here for a moment, or do you guys want me to just mute my mic and stuff and come back?
I could do with a break. I could grab some food then.
Okay, gang, we're going for a 15-minute break. I will put up the break timer and I'll run some music. You mute your mics if you don't want them to be heard while that's running, guys, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
See you in a bit.
Look, there's a map already done by Kahuna.
Well, it's not done.
Man, you work fast.
So I'm using Dungeon Draft's Map Wizard, and the thing is that you've got some great features you can use here. So, having thought about the fact this is going to be rural, then what I think I'm going to do is lower the complexity on this, and let's see what we get here. Yeah, see, this would be a great start for a cave complex, and I'm thinking the rural, and what I can do is go back in and take out a lot of these connecting areas and leave small connecting areas, but maybe only have, what do you figure, 2, 3 of these areas?
Something where you got to go up to the surface and cross the surface to get to the next area.
Yeah, so I'm thinking there may be like some passages, but again, they would be narrow, small, to where traveling them alone might be difficult or dangerous.
Yeah.
And there may be pockets of, underground dwellers that would keep you from being able to use those easily. So yes, you can go without going above ground, but it's going to be far more dangerous to do so.
Right. And lawlessness. There is a lot of lawlessness outside of the communities, right?
That makes sense.
So basically you just got the whole idea of bandits. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so let's do that.
And bandits could be of any of the 3 races, right?
Right.
Humans, elves, or vampires. Right?
Yep.
Yeah. I also like the thought of the vampires can't eat anything on the surface.
Yeah.
All the mutants up there are like horribly bad for vampires.
That makes sense.
All right.
Let's see what I can do here. Oh, no.
I am refining the summary, by the way, the abstract. So, people are fighting amongst themselves.
Okay, that's cool, Bob. Good idea. Looks like we're all back. Maybe I'll shut down the break timer now. Alright, so kill the music.
No, not right now. No.
No?
I'm not back.
You're not back, okay. Well, your camera's off. Should we go up anyway? Or
Well, I suppose you can, but I'm not available at the moment. That's
yeah, no problem. Your camera's off at the moment, so nobody will see you. So
Yeah, okay.
yeah, okay. So we're shutting down the music. We're going back to the main timer
Absolutely.
here. Kahuna, you're the one who seems to be doing something interesting on screen right now. Why don't you present your screen, and then we can, the audience can see more clearly what you're up to.
I can do that.
All right. Before we do that, let me just read through this revised abstract and make sure we're now completely on the page. So the world is a sucky. And by the way, this is I did start to set up a plot article in our world in World
I
End.
can hear.
This will be there.
I
The
can
world
hear
is
us,
a
by the way.
sucky place. The surface is uninhabitable to normal elves and humans. Only vampires can survive on the surface. Elves and humans were forced underground. The dwarves were conquered and their cities occupied. Now humans, elves, and the few dwarves that survived the conquests live in small cavern enclaves scattered around the world below. And I have world below as capitalized, by the way. I'm referring to things as world above and world below. We can't use underdark.
Yeah.
Underworld has multiple meanings. So they realized they still needed access to the surface for resources, though. The vampires were created as a servant or slave race to fill that need. Creatures other than vampires do survive and thrive on the world above, though. And now they are organizing under a powerful leader. The creatures of the surface wish to wipe out those in the world below and will soon make their move to do so. Those below may be aware of this, but they're too busy fighting amongst themselves for power and resources to notice or care. The party, a collection of vampires, must figure out how to get the rival factions of those in the world below to join forces to face the mutant threat of the world above.
Sounds perfect to me.
Yep.
All right?
I like it.
Okay, so we have started. Yay!
Woot! All right. So maybe Kahuna can present his screen since he's doing some interesting stuff right now.
Let's see here. Let's see. Present screen.
Bottom right corner. Present now.
Hang on. I can't see the whole thing. There it is. Can't share it. Well, let's try that again. A window. Share.
Okay, guys, I see a
There
bunch
we
of
go.
you using name generator in the chat. I don't think that's fair to use in this particular case, right? First of all, because this is, okay, because this is a multiple generated world, right? And it's only with my channel points that you're doing that. But I think that it's fine for you to throw your suggestions into the thing, and then we can, take it from there. I mean, don't give us no choice, guys, right? You guys are already directing the order that we're going in. I think we should have some option over whether we choose to use a particular name or not. So, and maybe, maybe some things aren't going to work. I see Barbarossa's idea, and I will read these ideas, right? Barbarossa says, the Great Highway, a gigantic stone highway built on pillars that cuts through the landscape, originally built by magic. It's one of the last great monuments of the old world. So that's an idea, right? But maybe that's not going to fit in what the adventure scenario is. So I don't think it's fair to use the name generator and insist, okay, so we have to have that, right? Because, and Siobhan's idea was the cataclysm is known as the Magicopolis, which I'm not going to do. Sorry, because I can't say it. So, so I'll refund your channel points later, gang. I don't think that's fair. Call out your suggestions, but you can't use the name generator.
All right. So I have it. You know what? Just to add a little ambiance, because I'm going to be working on caves. Let's make it sound like I'm in a cave.
There you go.
So, no, that's just annoying. Anyway, back to it. All right. So what I did was I started off with dungeon drafts. Dungeon Draft has an awesome feature where you can tell it you're going to build a cave system, give it some parameters, generate. Done. This is not what we're going to use, but it gives me a nice way to start something rather than go, oh, this doesn't work, that doesn't work, and try to draw something 17 times. I like using something random to start and then modify it to work the way we want. So this, what you're seeing on the screen, is the base map that came out of Dungeon Draft. I have pulled it into Affinity. Usually I create my base maps in something like Wonder Draft or Dungeon Draft to get myself something to work from. And then I will go and start adding layers to it to make it what I really want to see. So in this case, here we have a cave system. Now what we've come up with is it's going to be a rural setting. So what I need to do on this cave system is come up with 2 or 3, and I'm thinking it's probably going to be 3 main areas that are going to reflect the kind of villages or rural outposts underground. And then I'm going to make all the other passages go away, with the exception of maybe 1 or 2 that travel from the each village, as we'll call them. But those are very treacherous. They may have to cross a dangerous chasm. They may have to pass bandits or something that really makes the player or makes any of the residents think twice about whether they want to go down that passage or up.
Okay, so
it's like, which way do you want to go? Do you want to go to the wasteland above, or do you want to, stress yourself going the other way? So that's what we're starting with.
Question.
Yep.
What do the vampires eat? I mean, obviously, if they're an oppressed class, they just don't feed willy-nilly on fucking humans and elves. Right?
Maybe if they're created, they can
eat
not normal food, but they have a deficiency. I can't remember the name of the actual real-world illness.
Porphyria?
Yeah, that's it. Something like that, but in a more amplified state.
Or we could take this opportunity to take every RPGer's revenge on one of the most hated little miniature annoyances that was ever put into TTRPGs. Mm-hmm. And we could decide that there were kobolds below the surface as well, and they're kept as a slave and food race for the vampires.
Well, that's vile, but I'm willing to go with it. This is a craptastic world.
It is horrible. Yeah. Yes, it is horrible, but
yeah, actually,
anybody that's ever been in a party that was attacked by 47 kobolds in a cave somewhere will silently be saying, "Yeah, suck their blood dry."
I don't know, man. I've always loved kobolds.
I like kobolds too, because you know why? If your fighting is fair, your tactics suck.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. If you find yourself in a fair fight, your tactics suck.
Yeah, I mean, there could be a food race, or there could be.
Yeah. Or it could just be something like bloodletting.
Mm-hmm.
That's the other possibility. Exactly. Is they don't have to drain a victim; they just have to feed.
Right. Or society just pays people for fucking bags of blood.
Uh-huh.
Or like bottles of blood, right? It's medieval technology, but they still had fucking syringes and such in that time. Right.
Mm-hmm.
They can.
It could also be the form of capital punishment.
That could be too. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But how do vampires propagate? There's the second question.
Do they have to?
Well, if there's a limited supply of them, right, they're going to be a resource they're not going to want to risk on the surface too much. Right. Because there's a limited supply. Do they have to propagate? I think so.
Well, there can be a long, drawn out, horrible, ugly magic ritual to turn existing elves and humans into vampires.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
And that also becomes an option for punishment in a criminal system.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
In the criminal system.
Capital punishment is you become food for the vampires. Not quite capital punishment is you become a vampire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We could have different
Cool.
classes of vampire as well. We could have like the feral vampire type,
Mm-hmm.
which are more bestial.
You know what? I'd rather avoid the whole. Okay, because our party's going to be adventurers, right? They're
Yes.
going to be making long distances between places and probably feeding on the mutant shit up at the surface, right?
No, I think that was the thing that I was getting at, was that they can't eat the mutant shit on the surface.
Why not?
Because it fucks them up.
See, I think maybe that's one of the reasons why they can go up there and the other guys can't. It has no effect on them, right?
Yeah.
Right.
And then that enables people to
mutate
hunt
the
for
mutant.
rations and shit while they're, like regular
And
parties
that might
do.
be the ultimate reason why the mutants are rebelling now.
Okay.
Maybe they can't eat too much of the mutant stuff. They have to be. They can survive on it, but they have to be careful.
Maybe all they can eat is the mutant stuff. And again, that's why the mutants are starting to rebel now.
Mm.
I mean, that's an interesting point. If you're a slave race and all you can eat is the mutant stuff, and all the mutant stuff is up there, fuck these guys. Let's just kill them all and go up there and live on the surface. The hell with these people, right? So
but the mutant race is now objecting to being the food of the vampires.
Well, that's a good point, but this is what I think. This is what Stretch was getting at. This gives them a reason to continue to interact with the underground society, right? In that they have to be careful. They can survive on it, but after a certain point, it starts to fuck them up. So
feral.
Yeah, and they become feral, right? So that's an interesting thing, and that means we're going to need a system of rules for how that progresses. How much is too much, right?
Oh, sure, that's easy.
Yeah, I
Also-
figured that was your purview, babe. You're good with shit like that. Yeah. And I like that because that means that they still have to keep interacting with the underground, right? They can't just go, yeah, fuck this, we're out. Hey, mutant races, you guys want to join us and kill all these stupid humans and elves and just go to the surface? Because why wouldn't you, right?
Yeah.
So
Also, another reason the mutants could be revolting is because they live in basically a Mad Max-esque world. It's basically an apocalyptic wasteland. Very poor survival, where the other races that live underground are nice and comfortable and very nice houses and things like that. But the mutants are looked down on, they're outcast, which is going to lead to, obvious certain feelings.
At least they think that people live in these big fucking houses.
Yes.
and stuff
Yeah.
now, right? It's perception that'll lead you to rebellion, not reality. Right? I mean, take a look at the insurrection on January 6th. Right? Nothing to do with reality, but the perception of what they thought was going on. Right?
I like what Daz just posted. Maybe blood from humans and elves counter the effect of surface blood.
that makes sense. So our characters might try to negotiate for blood bags to take with them on a pack horse or something equivalent, pack centipede or something. Yeah.
Pack lizard or pack centipede. Yeah, I like that idea.
Or just backpack.
Well, water's heavy, right? So if you have to carry your food and your water as water, that's really heavy.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on how much we decide that a vampire needs to survive each day.
Yeah.
It's true.
Right?
I mean, blood could act as both.
Well, yeah, it will, obviously. But how much do they need of it? Do they need, a human needs about a half gallon of water a day. Right? And they get that through their food and through their water and through their pop and through their, you know,
Yeah, exactly, Satrim. So
ice
there is
cream.
also an incentive for humans and elves to offer their own blood as they need the vampires. Yes.
Right. That's what I'm saying. There could just be like a blood bank system in the cities, right? Less so in the rural areas, but in the cities, you can just go to a blood bank and buy blood that somebody has given off earlier. And though magic is rare and hard, it could be used to preserve blood.
Also, maybe people that die when they're recently dead, they could drain the blood from them. I mean, it's happens in embalming anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that source of blood there.
Right. Part of the process of your funeral rites in this craptastic world is your blood gets drained for the vampires first,
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
then, right, they do whatever with your corpse. Probably fertilizer. They probably chop you
Yeah.
up and make you into fertilizer because they're going to need stuff to grow things under the surface, and you
Basically
know,
mushrooms.
you can't burn anything because it'll pollute the tunnels, right? Like you have to keep fires small and clear ventilation shafts and things like that. So we don't want cremations.
Yeah. I know I always mention Warhammer, but in 40k, the Imperium have this thing called corpse starch, which is their basic food, and it is exactly that. It's people crushed up and turned into food.
Soylent Green.
Soylent Green is people. Yep. Why not? Okay, so yeah, so your fertilizer or your food, sure.
Yep. Or both.
So there's
Mhm.
probably
Vampires
now
are
here we
like-
go with my area of expertise. So we have a religion, right? And it's in at least one of the areas it's a state religion, and it's about the necessary cycle of life and death, how you live on by giving your spirit and your sustenance to your future descendants and the people who follow you, and this is how you live on in their memories. It's sort of a variation on a cannibalism cult where they're like, yes, I'm absorbing the memories and then the spirits of my ancestors, and maintaining their existence from there. It's a craptastic world.
Propaganda
We can do
thing.
that. Yeah. Cool. I'm making up this
Sounds
cult.
marvelous, Stalin.
That's where I'm gonna start.
And this cult might actually have power. Their priests actually do have magic,
Mm-hmm.
right? It's necromantic in its nature, but they don't realize it. They think it comes from the divine ancestors and stuff like that. And in a sense it does, but they're drawing on the life energy of the souls of the people that have gone before. And so they can do things like heal. It takes time. They can't do it in combat, but they can do healing magic and stuff.
I love what Author Goddess is throwing out in the chat here. She's got some great stuff to contribute to this. She's like, that would change butchering techniques because blood would be salvaged, has Dune flashbacks. Yep, absolutely.
Yep.
Right? The blood is the life. Yes, one of the sayings of the cult.
Life.
Right? And then she says, looks pointedly at menstrual blood and birth fluids. Damn right.
Mm-hmm.
Damn right. Schaefer's like, I love how dark this world got. You gave us permission.
You told us to. Yeah.
You did this to yourselves.
This is it.
You did this to me.
Okay, so we have Sable. You're working on background information for at least one of the rival factions. Is that?
Yeah, I'm making up a blood cult, and like blood and cannibalism cult, and they could either be good guys or bad guys depending. I haven't decided yet. What do you guys think? Should they be like healer ally types, or should it's twisted, but what the hell? Or
Well, while we're thinking of that, what about the what would their rivals be?
The rival cult. Yeah.
Because we need to define two rivals here.
good point. Or three. I'm thinking disparate settlements myself is what I was originally thinking, right? Like we've got, the one empire over here. They used to be the dwarves, but they killed them all and ate them, and maybe they keep some alive for food for the vampires. Who knows, right? And then maybe over here we got the guys who killed off the kobolds, right? And then over here we got the guys who killed off the gnomes. Or the dark elves even, right? Or maybe the surviving dark elves made a pact with the elves that came from the surface. Actually, that's interesting.
Also been thinking, it's a random idea we can mix into this. Have you seen Divergent? Where you've got them separate factions. One is scientific, one is very active physically, and the martial group. And you got the farmers, you got various things like that. So you could have one that's highly religious,
Right.
to the point of religious fanaticism.
Right.
You've got ones that are knowledge and science based, and one that's very active martial based.
The only problem is a scientific based culture is at a disadvantage in a medieval tech setting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or that kind of thing. Forward looking. Whereas the religious are very Dark Ages style, backward thinking, paranoia, and all that sort of stuff. Or you could just add elements of it, not stick strictly to that, but just throw in elements of it.
Okay, so there is some early evidence of people doing experiments with scientific method at this time for biology and whatnot. There's a particular monk who did a lot of, I forget his name, but I remember learning a lot about his work from my biology class, right? So that's a legitimate medieval tech, right? So
Leonardo?
No, it's not. No, Leonardo, of course, but he's Renaissance. I'm talking earlier. I'm talking like a Benedictine monk, right?
Nice.
Okay, or Franciscan or something like that. But the point is, right, so we could go with that, right? We got one faction that's doing that, right? And they tend to be like, it's easier to get along there. Vampires have more rights than they do in other places. Yeah. They're more socially progressive, but they lack a lot of the magical, the limited magical power that the other factions have because they're scientists, right? And then you've got the religious faction, which has lots of magical power, but a very defined caste system and a lot of paranoia, right? I don't know what the third one would be, though. Are you thinking more? Oh, yeah, war, military. Right?
Who military. Had an hour and 40 minutes in the pool?
For what?
Why?
How long until you came in? I
just got home. I thought I'd say hello.
Hello, Mrs. K.
You had a pool going. How long until you came into the room?
Well, then I'm not giving you a kiss.
Okay.
Dude, he doesn't deserve a kiss. Don't give him one. He was being a smart ass.
Say hello, everybody.
Hi, Mrs. K.
Where am I looking?
You're over here.
You're a dork.
Yes, I'm a dork.
Can I leave the door open or no?
It's no.
Hot in here.
I know, but the dogs.
All right, come on.
All right.
Zoe, come on.
Hour and 40 minutes, ladies and gentlemen.
I just got home. Why are my scissors up here?
Because I was using them.
What, you couldn't get the scissors from the bedroom?
Everybody in the chat says hi too.
Hello, can I take them back?
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
Okay, Author Goddess has some great stuff here again, right? She says, well, I mean, there would have to be major sciences built around blood preservation and recovery, because having worked with raw blood in a previous job, that stuff is hella hard to keep stable. Good point.
Well, unless there's magic to do it.
Right? But, maybe they've found like alchemical ways of doing it using some shit they mine from the surface. Because remember, the surface can't immediately mutate everything. I mean, there's something up there that does, but they need resources from the surface. That's why they have vampires in the first place. So just
that's where they're getting all their fruits and vegetables and stuff from.
Right.
They have to harvest them off the trees that the fucking mutants grow, basically.
Mutant tomatoes.
Yeah.
Tomatoes the size of your head.
Or how about some of these societies have vampires who work up on the surface maintaining and guarding these farms?
Yeah,
So that's another option, right?
that too.
Oh, there's something in chat. Daz started this. I quite liked it. Criminals treated as something that will keep them healthy for X days before the surface kills them, like Suicide Squad.
I like that too.
And Extreme just come back with a reply. Criminals sent with advance on the surface to be blood bags akin to Mad Max Fury Road.
I like that too, right? And I mean, what it is, I don't know. Yeah, some alchemical thing, some magical thing, or maybe a small amount of the vampire's blood force fed to the blood bag, right?
Amalay's just put in anticoagulant bat saliva.
Oh, thank you for the reminder. Yes, that's true. Bat
Yeah.
saliva from vampire bats is an anticoagulant. Yes. So they could harvest. And I mean, come on, it's a cave. There's going to be lots of vampire bats, right? It's a good
Yep.
idea.
And plenty of bat guano.
Yay!
Well, it's good if you're making gunpowder.
Yep.
Or fertilizer. It makes great fertilizer.
Also true.
Mm-hmm.
Problem with growing stuff underground is that you don't have sunlight. You can get everything else you need but sunlight.
Yep.
Which is why you just grow mushrooms. Yeah.
Mm.
Or you find a magical way of creating sunlight in a specific spot, but that either has to be maintained or it has to be limited to a special area for whatever reason. I
Yeah.
don't like that.
Yeah. The
Maybe
problem is magic is rare and hard in this world. So,
Yeah.
Something that would create actual sunlight within a cave network, that would be like something really rare.
Right.
Powerful magic.
Maybe something that happens around the metropolis of the fucking capital city. They might have a few farms underground that have artificial sunlight in them, but it's not something you're going to find out here in the fucking boondocks where the adventure takes place. Right. And I like the idea of slave vampires maintaining farms on the surface.
I've also got an idea of this is actually brought into houses that suffer with poor lighting, where it's a mirrored tube, and it just funnels the sun down into darker areas of the house. Have
Solar
something like
tubes.
that.
Yep.
Yep,
Something
and that
like that.
probably happens too.
Yeah, they filter.
Yeah, but that's not Middle Age technology.
Oh yes, it is. Ancient Egyptians did it.
Yeah.
Yep.
They did it with straight shafts, and that'll work for a very short period
They
of
did it
time
with straight
each day.
shafts and mirrors.
Yeah, but that's only good for a very short period of time each day. I mean,
Not
it's still not gonna, I don't
because
think
they
it's
had
growing.
mirrors they could angle, right?
Yeah, but then you'd have to post someone to do nothing but move that mirror.
Yeah.
That's right. But we don't care because this is a craptastic world, so that sounds like a good punishment
Well,
for somebody who lipped off
Good
the
point.
powerful.
Yeah, I think the easier way out is to just have farms on the surface that the vampires have to tend.
Right.
Yeah.
Again, let's not overcomplicate this for ourselves. We're almost 2 hours in.
Yeah.
Right.
The mutants are used as slaves, or some of them, are captured as slaves to farm.
All right, again, we don't need to get into the details. Let's think agile world building here.
Yeah.
We don't really need to get into the details about how the farms work. All we need to know is that they exist.
Yeah.
All right, so that we don't have to worry about the questions about, well, where do they get their food and this and that. That's the second level deep.
Yeah, we can worry about that later. It's a good point.
Yeah. What we need to worry about now is who are the two rival factions. Let's assume it's two, maybe three. Who are the two? What is different about them, and why do they hate each other? Because that's going to figure into how we try to get a party to put them together.
You could use the good old human reason. Why do they hate each other? Because they can.
Well,
Okay, the obvious reason is that resources are limited. They are competing for limited resources, right? So, and they have, another option is they're different locations, but there is something in between them. Say there's like a giant underground lake or ocean or something that is a great source of resources, and they're all fighting for control over it. That could be another thing, or maybe. But we wanted some political stuff going on there too, right?
Well, and political could include religious as well.
Yeah, it could. So maybe there's different religions. I kind of like I don't know. I think there's some merit to my surface elves made a deal with the dark elves, and now they're all kind of messed up and twisted, right? And maybe they're trying to make war on the humans, or I don't know. Like, I think that might be a starting point for something there, right? And then there's no, go ahead,
I was
Bob.
going to say, do we want to put the elves against the humans, or
Not necessarily, but maybe that's what started the early nation there.
I mean, that's we can do that, but I'm just thinking back to the original polls that had humans and elves on the good guy side on both. So
Well, sure. I mean that doesn't mean that there aren't, like, I mean, remember the ruling powers are the ones that are the sources of the oppression, right? So it doesn't mean that everybody who lives there is an asshole. It means that the ruling powers are assholes, right? So
maybe some of the French Revolution style of thinking, the me, and the elite class.
well, that's a good point. Yeah, how about humans outbreed the elves and want more territory? That's a good one.
There's no contamination. Surface dwellers want it because it's on the surface. Underground dwellers want it because it's on the surface.
What is Kahuna playing with now?
I am actually going to make myself a brush to paint in waterways.
Cool.
Yeah, limited number of clean pockets. Maybe one group has been working with the original underground races and the other hasn't been.
Yeah. You could have like oases. Or relatively clean from the danger, whatever it is.
Yeah, but the end goal of a one-shot doesn't need a whole bunch of elf or human factions on both sides of the fence. It's a good point, right? But remember that negotiation to get the factions to work together towards a goal is the center of the adventure, right? So
correct, but we could do that with two factions. We don't have to overcomplicate it.
Yeah.
I suppose for a one-shot, that's fine. Yeah.
Blood versus Sun. Yeah.
3 would be more fun because then you can get into political. If you were doing a social campaign, 3 would be more fun. But I get we have a limited scope here, so I don't know. We'll start with 2. I'll try for a 3rd.
I was going to say we'll start with 2. If a 3rd one jumps out or presents itself easily, then we can throw it in. But we need 2 that will. We need 2 well enough defined, like I said, to understand their differences. And where the sticking points would be in trying to get them to cooperate with each other, and also where their similarities are, so that we as the adventure builders have to understand where the where are the negotiating points and where are the don't talk about this points. A party would have to figure that out. But we need to know what they are, so that over the course of the adventure, we can provide clues to the party as to how to successfully achieve their negotiation. And or what sort of talking points should they avoid. We can teach a party that in the course of the adventure, by little side encounters or preliminary encounters. You know, if the party runs into a small group in a town and they say something and all of a sudden everybody gets up in arms about it, they know, okay, we don't bring that up when we talk to the big guys. You know, or they suddenly, you know, they hit on something that suddenly has people in a small village that weren't seeing eye to eye, looking positive toward each other. Again, you know, we as writers here have to figure out, we have to guide an adventuring party to the successful conclusion of this thing. All right, so we have to understand what the success criteria are. In a you know, this is something else that goes back to the whole great GM thing. You know, when he defined his 4 types, there were clearly defined success criteria for each one. And if we're gonna, you know, since we've added negotiating, we need to know, you know, what is the success criteria. All right, obviously the success criteria is the 2 sides agree. But again, we need to know, okay, well, what does that mean? What do they agree on? What were they different about before? And what can the, you know, what does the party have to do to make them look past their differences and finally say, yes, let's work together? We need to understand that thoroughly as writers.
Okay, I see a lot of comments in the chat, and some of them make sense to me, and some of them I think probably aren't going to work. So the ones that I think aren't going to work, any big idealist stuff, right? So this fatalist feel the focus should become better at living underground. Hopeful believes they should keep working on ways to recover their lives on the surface. Too abstract for the scope of a one-shot adventure. Great novel, shitty short story, right? So. I think that because that's too broad and philosophical, I don't think that's going to work. I think that people need to have, the factions need to have direct, you know, personal and logical reasons to oppose each other that isn't a matter of philosophy, right? I think it needs to be, they're in direct opposition, so there's tension, right? Because we have to compress everything into an adventure that should take no more than about 3-4 hours, right? So it's a cool idea, and if I were writing a series in this, I would go with it, but I'm not. So also the comment about there's a blood cult and a sun cult. So what? I don't know what to do with that, right? Maybe if you explain more what you mean by that, Siobhan, I might be able to do something with that. Right? I do like what you had to say about the vampires are the third faction, though. That solves my 3 factions issue about politics. We can create 2 factions, and the third faction will be getting the oppressed vampire class to actually trust these other fuckers enough to work together towards the goal. That makes sense, and it simplifies the scope
and
of what we have to
possibly
build.
even benefit, you know, benefit and not be quite so oppressed in going forward.
Yeah. Okay, so Author Goddess was saying important resources are needed for both sides, but aren't numerous enough to sustain both sides at the same time. The fight is over specific resources. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, but because we've already defined that we're going to do a rural setting, right, we have to have reasons to travel between at least 2 points, right? So, I mean, we could go with that, right? There's a philosophical or religious group that encompasses both of these settlements, and you know, there's, you know, because we have a point A, point B, right? So maybe they have to talk to the one in the other place, and that's why they have to travel, right? So that could be done, right? Or these 2 locations themselves could be the warring factions. Either one, I don't care which. What do you guys want to go with?
Yeah, I mean, well, the 2 locations, and they could be rival religions, and it could be just, you know, rival branches. I mean, you know, think how much bloodshed there was, you know, or how much trouble there was just between Catholics and Protestants. You know, essentially the same religion, but there was some deviation along the way, and that alone was enough to say, you know, I can't talk to you, or you know, and so forth. So, I mean, it could be that. I mean, it could be, again, you know, when the humans and the elves first went underground, they were one group. But over time, these two sections split. They're very, very similar, but there's just one or two sticking points, and they might be minor.
Mm-hmm. Also,
And they might even be silly. I mean, they might be trivial. Left Twix or right Twix. You know,
cabin fever.
Right.
Good point.
Basically, you're locked in a confined space with someone for a protracted period of time. Cabin fever starts kicking in.
Yeah.
Capitalist versus communist blood management. You know, I could make a whole story around that. That's hilarious. Okay, how about we go with a mix of factors? All right, I'm still liking Stretch's idea about the philosophical like bends towards religious on one side and like scientific on the other, right? And then we can stick with right, and then we can stick with those factions. Right, and then I mean, obviously they're both going to have to be somewhat militaristic because in their history they killed all the dwarves and the kobolds and ate them, right? So they have a martial tradition, right? So
I think what we need to decide is you're a wandering party, you have a mission. What was your mission brief? What were you told at the start? What are you doing there?
maybe the group starts as vampire slaves on one of these surface farms. Something happens that's the call to adventure, right? The mutant faction attacks, right? They have to fight the mutant faction. That's our first encounter, right? And then through that, they learn that, oh shit, there's a big problem coming, and neither one of these sides have the ability to face it by themselves. It's like a mutant army coming to take the two settlements that are in this area, whatever, right? So then they have to go down to, back down and try to convince their masters on both sides, right? That, okay, we gotta get along here. Right, and of course, you know, they're the underclass, so there's social encounters where they're going to have to convince people to actually listen to them, and you know, maybe they, you know, like it depends how far we want to go. They might be able to go to a noble of the city somewhere to intervene on their behalf because they tend to be favorable towards vampires. Who knows, right?
All right. As a slight twist to that, how about what if our party starts out as, again, as mentioned, we start out as vampire workers in a farm from Settlement A.
Okay.
Settlement A, that farm gets overrun by the mutants.
Right.
All right. Yes, we have an encounter with the mutants, but we lose that. The party is the 4 or 5 or whatever vampires that manage to escape and find themselves running across the surface until they encounter another village or another farm that belongs to Settlement B.
Right.
So the first thing they have to do is convince their fellow vampires that there's something really big, bad, and ugly coming this way because they just wiped us out. Then they have to, after having convinced their fellow vampires that, hey, it's time to work together. Now let's go down and talk to your leaders. So our party actually starts by first convincing the rival leaders that something has to be done. And then they can come back to their own leaders and say, you know, look, we've already talked about this with these other guys. You really need to pay attention to this. Remember that farm you used to have up there that you haven't gotten any food from for the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, it's gone. Right?
It's gone. It's because it's gone. Yeah, we're the survivors, and we had to come back the long way.
Yeah, and then they have to convince the leaders of their own city, right, to A, trust them, B, listen to them, C, trust these other guys and make sure that it's not like an invasion in this craptastic world where everybody's been fighting for resources and people are willing to eat each other.
Right. So now we what we've actually ended up with is we have a good confrontation and chase or fight scene on the surface.
I think we have a winning plot, Bob. I like it.
And then we go back down to the world below, but we go back down to the world below away from home. And we have to find our way back home after having started the negotiating process.
Yeah. Maybe the mutants can't use tools. They've degenerated intellectually to the point of they can't use tools. But suddenly, hang on, they're using tools again. They're creating things. They're getting more intelligent and starting to work together. Now, that would be scary.
That could work, right? And that could also work with Aaron's original thought. There's this powerful mutant being that is like putting together a bunch of these mutants and sending them after under the world below communities.
Yeah. The other way to play with it, and DM, you're going to probably be the one that's building the mutants. So another possibility is that they've never lost the intellect to use tools and to use the materials, but their mutations have physically prevented them from crafting them or creating them, except for some small exceptions. So you might have in the mutant world, what you might now have is something like the raccoon people who are building the tools that turn the elk people into tanks. Here, put this armor on and charge that way. Well, the elk knows perfectly well what the armor is for and what the weapon points are and how to charge an enemy. So he knows how to use it. He just couldn't build it because he has 4 hooves. So now you have a mutant class that's creating the weapons and feeding them to a fully sentient mutant race that's just physically incapable of manipulating things, or of crafting things, but they can certainly know how to use them once things are shaped for them.
Yeah.
I say let's set Stretch loose with that concept.
Yeah.
Because I would much rather see the horrors that Stretch comes up with than anything out of the player's handbook. I'm sure he's got much more interesting ideas.
Well, I've got a few formulating.
Okay, so Bob, are you the one who's writing down the plot articles, or should I be doing that while you create the side stuff?
I started to create a plot article.
Cool.
It's just called Adventure in a Day. You have access to the.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
You'll see there's a thing called Adventure in a Day. We just have to make sure we can't both edit it at the same time. That
Right,
would
which is
be
why I'm
horrible,
asking.
ugly things.
Right, which is why I'm asking. Are you the one who's going to be writing the text of that, and I'm doing some of the side things like writing about these 2 settlements?
I think we can do that. Yeah.
Okay.
So what I can start working on is just basically like outline down if everybody agrees with the general plot that I just described.
Bye, Pete.
I'll throw that down, as a surface, and then we'll start working on details.
Okay, sounds good to me.
Because we'll still have to work our way down in details in a few places, and we are now 2 hours in.
That's okay.
What did we say, 4 hours? Cool.
We're booked for 5 technically. We could quit earlier if we want. We can go later if you guys want. It's totally up to you. I said it ends when it ends. So.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right. I am going to take personally a 10 to 15 minute move around break just to get my knees loosened up and things like that. I'm also going to take that opportunity to gather my thoughts so that I can come back and start spewing words.
Good plan. I'm going to start working on either the settlements or
right.
probably
What are we putting Aaron to work on before I go?
Building the template for the vampire PC.
Brilliant.
Okay, cool. Excellent.
I'm about halfway done.
Excellent. Fantastic.
Cool.
And
all right,
so I'm just drawing. I'm just making blue blobs.
Yeah, I'm gonna put up. Can I put up a be right back screen for myself here?
Is Bob the only one needing a break?
Camera.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, I'll just turn off the camera for now. Yeah.
Okay.
Good point.
Yeah, I'm also going to take a quick break, but it won't be long. I'm just taking a bio and grabbing a coffee, and I'll be right back.
Do we have, by the way, do we have like Pretzel Rocks playing in the background, or?
I turned it off because I thought it might be drowning us out, but I could turn it back on if you would like.
Maybe put it on light just to keep people interested.
Okay.
What does the chat think? You want music in the background, folks?
Yeah, we're now going to start concentrating and working, so we're probably going to be less talkative with the chat, so maybe people do want to have some background stuff. I've got some stuff. There's a Cthulhu creepy soundtrack here
You
somewhere.
know, just make sure it's quiet enough so that if any one of us has a question that we want to ask the audience,
Yeah, that makes
we
sense.
can ask without having to
Yell
yell over it. Yeah.
for sure.
So do you want me to create stat blocks in Worldbuilder? Or just
Makes sense to me if you want to do that. Yep.
Yeah, it wouldn't hurt. What did we decide we were doing? You're going to do 5e blocks or
I think
Pathfinder?
Yeah, I think we're
Pathfinder?
all on Pathfinder. Yeah, because that's the one we all
one
know
or
best.
two? I know the Pathfinder 2 NPC stat block is actually a pretty good one. And I'm not sure how different. To be honest, I'm not sure how different 1 and 2 are in that regard. I don't think they're terribly different.
It's up to you guys. I see myself doing little of the system work. I see myself more like helping with it. So, whatever, right?
Yeah, but we are going to need a little bit of background about the two societies. So
Yes.
and
Well, I'm working on that. I've got that.
Focusing on what makes them different. Because again, we're going to need to build into the adventure. Actually focus on two things: on what makes them different, what makes them alike. Because the adventure is going to need to focus on that, because that's what's going to have to drive the negotiations.
Don't worry, I got it.
Yeah.
Based on the conversation we've already had, I've got lots of ideas.
Cool.
I've just added role-playing systems to the world on World Anvil.
Okay. Oh yeah, I didn't add any. Did you?
Done it. I've done Pathfinder 1, 2, and D&D 5e.
Perfect. Okay.
So I can actually use the stat blocks.
Let's try spooky. Or is that just bad?
All right. I will be back in a few, folks.
Yeah, I'll be back in a few.
Well, I could put up a break timer if 3 of us are taking off.
Whatever.
Doesn't matter. Okay, you know what? We're running music now, so we're good. I'll just be back in a moment.
Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Made an entire lake go away. I hate when that happens.
Better than Moses.
No, I didn't part it. I just made it disappear. Moses got nothing on me. I'm going to get hate mail, aren't I? I'm going to get hate mail now. So you guys, if anybody has questions, I am trying to peek at the chat while I do this. We don't have a Hey Kahuna on this channel, so if you see something, you got a question, let me know. Oops, not what I want to do. There we go. All right, how are we looking?
Oh, we've been raided. Hello,
We're
Epic
being
Realms.
raided. Epic
Raiding the
Realms,
party,
welcome. Just hey, Tenacity. Welcome, Raiders. So, 3 of us are taking a break. Sable, Bob, and Aaron are on a break. Stretch is working on monstrosities. I think that's probably the best description of it. And I am working on an underground map. So, that's what we got going on right now. Yeah. If you have questions for either Stretcher or myself, ask them. Oh, there was a hydrate. We got a hydrate, Stretch.
Oh, I need a hydrate, actually. Thank you. Oh, if I can open it.
I am the talking map man. Not that the map talks. I just never mind.
We understand.
We're there. Oh, let's see. Yeah, I'm not liking the way that looks yet. Summary of the world so far: magical cataclysm on the surface. Elves and humans kill and eat the dwarfs to get to go underground. The vampires are the only one able to go to the surface, so they need to be fed. Dwarves were actually created specifically, or I'm sorry, not dwarves. Vampires were created specifically to be able to go to the surface because they're immune. Only ones get it, so they need to be fed. Surface is filled with mutated creatures who are being united under a leader. And Stretch, they want you to make a hairless mole rat.
I've just seen that, and I'm adding that to my ideas list. If I can copy and paste. Right, everyone in chat, stop chatting so I can copy and paste. Right, I got it.
Excellent. Continue your chat. Yes, you guys gave us crazy. We will deliver. Because, that's the way we play. I want that color. Now I need a good brush. That's a good one. How big is it? Who is against who? Is it all the people underneath versus the creatures up top, or there are factions underground?
Mm-hmm.
So yes, there's danger above. There is
danger within.
Intrigue below. Wow, that's almost calling for a Don LaFontaine voice there. In a world where only vampires can go to the surface, and where intrigue abounds underground, you will be asked to save the vampires. I should have had a little more echo on that. All right, zoom in here. Let's get this color a little more. Ooh, that's a little big. Thank you. That was my tribute to Don LaFontaine. Don LaFontaine is the guy who basically created the whole in a world type of stuff. So whenever you see anybody do that kind of voice, Don LaFontaine passed away, unfortunately, a few years ago. But anytime you see someone do that kind of a voice, they are doing their version of Don LaFontaine.
Mm-hmm.
Including me. Natalia's almost done with their thriller. That is awesome.
I forgot how time-consuming monster stat sheets are in Pathfinder.
They're long stat sheets. I mean, even a simple character is 3-4 pages.
Yeah.
All right, so to give you guys an idea of what I'm doing, so it was decided we would have as a location a rural underground setting, meaning small villages or settlements in spaces underground. Obviously, they still need to have some water, so that's what I'm creating now, creating an underwater lake. These will also, however, be, that also causes rivers, and the rivers will be hazards. But you can also imagine, if you wanted to, that they're going to fight over the rivers. So, for example, let's say somebody takes that river at the top section there that comes into the lake. What if they take that and cut it off? And they control the water, and they start diverting the water somewhere or picking it up so that the people in the other two can't get to it. So you have a battle opportunity there. You can have the same thing down at the crossing down below. You also have the issue of along those pathways, there will be other nasty obstacles. The reason for that is we want anyone traveling between these three locations to have to make a choice. Do I go through one of these tunnels, or do I go upstairs into the wastelands where the mutants are? Which one do I take? Which one's more dangerous? Which one's going to be faster? Because either way, it will be an ordeal. So that's kind of what I'm working on here is first these cave-like structures. These are massive. These are big enough to hold small villages. And then the narrow tunnels between them. And then, of course, there's going to be locations where we can install different dangers. There is only one tunnel between pairs of caves. Yes, just one. No dead ends yet. But again, this would have been the dead ends that will shoot off of these will invariably lead to some kind of hazard, whether it is a creature hazard or whether it was a chasm of sorts, a collapsed tunnel. I'm creating the basic infrastructure now. Then we'll add details as we go. And that's really the key here is they have to have a path through, right? Once they have a path through, adding all kinds of other stuff, very easy to do. You'll get those additional details that'll make it look less like an artificial tunnel as we add stuff in. But first, we have to add the basic structure. We have to have the stuff in there that has to be there. We know that there has to be passages between these three. That's got to be there. We know there needs to be some kind of water. Those things have to be there. And the other thing that I haven't put on here yet is there have to be passages that go to the surface. And ideally, these passages to the surface will be even farther apart to force them on the surface. And yeah, I'm going to have to create a wasteland map on the top that, has probably some hills or something to where they come out. Yes, they could have added tunnels. Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff. So that's what I'm working on. If you have questions or you want to toss in a suggestion, toss them in. I am not guaranteeing I will take any of them because you guys have made this interesting as it is, and we are going to continue with it. But I need to make sure things are usable so that as Bob and Aaron and Sable are writing these pieces, they have something they can actually use and hopefully inspire them a little bit. So now what I'm doing is I'm adding some shading here in the middle. And the idea is this is a deeper section and it follows the path that the river goes. So it would logically be a little deeper along that section. They could have dug up some of the tunnel too. Yes, they would have to guard the patches against the mutants coming down. Absolutely.
I really like what you're doing with this. I like how you ran. Oh, shit. You guys can't hear me.
Now I'm going to add a little darker color and kind of wash over that. And I do this very simply. One easy way to blend these to me is I start with the lighter color, then I add the darker color in between, then I add the, a little bit darker color. But I overlap them and I don't use a full flow of the pen. And the reason I do that is because that way the color doesn't just all of a sudden splat on there. It kind of spreads itself out into the lighter colors. So now I'm just going to go down. I'm actually going to reduce the size of this brush a little bit. And now I'm just going to go down here with this darker color and really kind of define the bottom.
I really
of the
like what
river
you've
here.
got going on here, Kahuna. This is great. I like how you also ran with the idea of there's an underground lake that they both have to have access to.
All three. I gave you 3 locations.
Oh, you gave me 3. Oh, okay. I guess I better get busy. Okay, so my first one, I'm starting with some of the name and culture generators that exist or that I have created on worldspinner.com. Right? What do you guys think for? I'm gonna go with the nation that started anyway. It's not just that anymore, but it started as surface elves made a deal with the dark elves. Right? They're not drow. It's a totally different thing. I'm gonna borrow from the sluagh that we invented for another setting. Right? But some of the names are going to sound similar. And pick your favorite, guys. Do you like Alvan Rikazar? Death to heathens is their motto, right? Zioniariel, the fearless pursuit of truth, right? Or Azarin, all fight when forced. I mean, it is craptastic. I think those are suitably craptastic mottos.
We're all about the craptastic.
Oh, did you guys hear me? Okay.
I heard you.
Okay. All right. I
I don't know if they heard you.
Yeah, okay. I was just checking to make sure that my mic, I have to unmute and mute 2 different mics. So I was just double checking to make sure they were both done.
Interesting suggestion. A causeway across the lake.
That's cool. That'd make a good fighting environment.
Yeah, I could do that. Well, let's see. Let me think of how I would do that.
Number 3 with 2's motto, that can be done. Okay, so this is just the first faction, right? I'm starting with different cultural influences, and this one was going to be the primarily elven cultural influence. There's also going to be one that's a human cultural influence, but they're going to maintain the name of the city that was there before, right? And then I don't know what to do with the third one yet. Maybe that's dragons were also fairly high on the list for good guys, as I recall, right? So maybe that one's run by a dragon or something.
Causeway across the lake. Okay. A causeway, but there has to be a bridge, otherwise it's 2 lakes.
You muted, dear?
I know.
Okay.
How much?
Go ahead.
Are we going to stick to the standard vampire template? Like things like, are we going to say recoil by the smell of garlic?
Yeah. Let's not incorporate anything that's not going to be that relevant. Garlic isn't going to be that frequent, so there's no point in mentioning it, right? I don't think they should be entirely dominated by holy powers either.
Right. So I don't think that we should have them recoil from mirrors or presented holy symbols.
Yeah, none of that.
Okay, how about not able to enter a private home or dwelling unless invited by somebody with the authority to do so?
Well, I can see social reasons for that, but probably not something magical. I don't know. This is a craptastic world, right? So.
Yeah.
Craptastic means that, the things that typically limit vampires might not. Of course, the vampires are the good guys, so
I have a thought on that one related to something else I was thinking of. Just give me a second to catch my breath.
I'm not liking that.
Kahuna, do you have a scale for these underground places? How big are they? Am I building a metropolis for each of these areas, a large a city, or a large town?
You tell me. There is no set scale right now. I am creating shapes.
Okay, let's go with a metropolis for each of them because it isn't going to matter for the purposes of our adventure, but that gives us room to flesh it out later.
Okay. So how?
So these
this is the
passages
These are the overall maps. The overall areas that are on screen right now.
Yeah,
so
basically.
these passages are highways.
Right.
Okay. So do those settlements need to be bigger, smaller?
How? No, it all depends on how big you're going to put a building in it, right? So, if the buildings are tiny.
Well, that's just it. I just need to know how much you want to fit into those spaces because I can change the size of a building with the scroll of a mouse.
Right. Right. So maybe we want to put about 10 to 15,000 people in each one.
Okay.
There we go.
So that would mean, for example, this one over here in the top right, at its widest point, we're going to say that's half a mile, quarter mile.
Yeah.
Give it a mile.
A mile across that? Okay.
Yeah, a mile across.
A
Yeah.
mile's not that big, so.
Nope. All right. Let me actually do something here real quick so we can estimate it. Let's see. We're going to do... Oh, I need a new layer here.
Kind of surprised to see that city-state isn't an option here for type of settlements. So
we're going to say from...
Sorry, go ahead there, Stretch. You were going to say something? I cut you off.
Right, I can't remember. No, I can't remember now.
Must have been a lie.
All right, so Sable, I was thinking a little.
Mm-hmm.
Ouch.
Yeah. But I came up with a possible explanation, A, for the difference between the cultures, and B, for how to get the vampires in as the third faction.
Okay.
All in the same breath. Let us assume that our party starts out as essentially slave workers, in the farm of a society that definitely keeps the vampires underfoot.
Right.
We don't get weapons. When I say we, I mean the party. You don't get anything other than the crudest of weapons and tools to work the farms. You're not trusted with anything else. It can be a very, very strict, whether it's religious reasons or cultural reasons or cultural reasons that have morphed into religious reasons. We come from the very distinct, elves and humans are class 1, vampires are class 2.
Right.
And so forth. When we get chased out of our farm and find our way to another settlement, we come across a society that actually has the vampires and humans and elves living essentially as equals. Because in that society, the vampires have realized that they need to respect and treat the humans properly to have their continual source of blood. They can't wipe out the humans because then they run out of their own food.
Right.
And the humans have realized that they can't mistreat the vampires because the vampires are the ones going up top and bringing all their food down.
Yep.
So that second society has come to the realization that we can all just get along.
Why can't we be friends?
I like it because that also creates a moral dilemma for the characters, right?
Well, from an adventure standpoint, it means the characters encounter a society that looks really great to them, but they realize that in order to, so what they realize is that when they go back to their own side to warn of the threat, they have to not only sell to the elves and humans the fact that it's important to get along with these other people who have very different ideas about how to treat vampires, but they're also going to have to convince their own vampire friends not to take advantage of a situation and try to rebel, because if they do, they're only killing themselves in the long run because they're going to be wiping out their own food supply.
Good point.
So it actually puts an extra negotiation glitch in.
I like it. Okay, I can go with that. I also see that Purple Heart, Natalia said, thought I saw that one in organization referring to city-state. That makes sense, because you're right, that is more of a political organization type than a... Right, so is 10 to 15,000 people, does that still qualify as a metropolis, or am I using, like, large city?
I think you can use that.
I think you could use large city too.
Mm-hmm. Especially considering the setting.
I think you wouldn't get to Metropolis till about 25,000 people or so.
Yeah.
Tenacity, I think considering the things that Twitch usually censors, the fact that it did not censor the phrase that is in the quotation marks there, it surprises me considerably.
Wow. I thought I might have gone to sleep.
Who's this?
Tenacity says, hey, this is a mature channel, right? In one of the societies, you should have humans locked in blood banks, which are like speakeasies for the vampires. Well, that might be that third cavern area there, right? Think Glory Hole, but with faith blood. Yeah, maybe. I'm surprised too that it didn't get censored. I'm like, what? Really? When you'll censor any variation of an LGBTQ term?
Yeah, but Glory Hole gets through.
Give me a break. It's bizarre.
Maybe I've already okayed that one.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. I see that Epic Realms raided at some point and is now hosting.
Yeah, we said hi.
Oh, thank you for doing that. Thank you for the raid, by the way. I guess that happened when I was out getting coffee or something.
Thanks for the host, though. I missed that one.
Okay. All right, so big city, I'm going to call it.
Big city.
Yep, large city.
Yeah.
And now
that's his name. Biggins.
I've got one stat sheet done.
Okay.
Oh yeah, one other quick addition to that, by the way.
Okay.
The elves and humans of the city that we come from may be a little technologically advanced and may have the weapons needed to fend off the mutants, but they can't bring them to the surface to use them because they die on the surface, and they won't trust the vampires to use them because they're afraid the vampires will just turn them on them.
Which is true, they probably will.
And that goes back to the whole, the oppressed ones. So what they need, what the party ultimately needs to convince, they need to convince again the vampires not to attack their masters, and B, convince the masters to hand the weapons over to the people who are capable of going above and fighting.
Yeah.
And, and they can use it as an example. Look, here's this culture from the next city over. They don't have these problems. Why do we? So it becomes at least a potential use, mechanism for the negotiation.
I like
With
it.
the inherent trust problems of giving your slaves powerful weapons.
Well, they can't be slaves anymore, is the point.
Yeah.
So we need to basically convince our masters that things need to change here.
Colonel's gone nuts with the...
Yeah, Kahuna's having fun with the...
Oh, yeah. No, I like that idea, and let's say in order to keep it within the realm of medieval technology, right, the key here is a particular type of metal or something that is really useful against the mutants. I'm thinking silver because of its traditional associations with purity, and that's why it's always used against, why vampires and werewolves and shit are supposed to be vulnerable to it is that reason.
That works, and again, that's still part of our low magic thing. I mean, the mutants are inherently magically weak to silver.
Yeah.
It's not a spell, or it just is. You know,
But
Like a
so are the
poison.
vampires.
All right, we have our first monster here from Stretch. Do we want to briefly put that on the presentation scene and that before we go back to Kahuna so we can have a look?
I will stop sharing.
Do you want me to share it?
Yes, please. And feel free if you like to put the link in the stream chat if you think that is a good idea. If you don't, then that's fine. Yeah, and making it a limited resource, exactly. But there's a big silver vein. There's lots of silver near our master's settlement and not the other two, right? So that's why they had that advantage.
Oh, stop. I'm sharing the wrong tab. 1 second.
Okay.
How dare you share the wrong tab?
Thing is, it doesn't let me decide which. Right, hang on. Let's do this the intelligent way. Delete that tab. Then I can get the right tab because each one has the same bloody name.
Mutant brute. Okay. Neutral humanoid mutant initiative. -2, is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's got very low dex.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right.
It's a big dumb. It's a big dumb meat sack.
Yeah. What they would call mooks in Cyan.
I base this very much on the super mutants from the Fallout game.
Right. That makes sense.
I like it.
I like it. Those are tough for a low-level party. All right. You know, they're perfect. About challenge rating 1, yeah. Yeah, like
It's
one
meant
of
to be achievable, but when you get a gang of them, you're in trouble.
Yeah, exactly. Especially if you're a low-level party.
Hmm.
Yeah. Because I've nerfed the vampire enough that you don't have to be 5 hit dice to be one.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Tenacity.
That's
His last message. And Daz has a good question. What level are we aiming the one shot to be for?
That is a good
Let's
question.
Let's
Level
figure
1?
that out after we figure out who the monsters really are and how many of them there are.
Actually, it'd be a good idea to flip that around because I need to know what to tailor the monsters for. Because if we say I create a bunch of level 1 monsters and we're level 10 party.
Well, I tell you what, vampires are a 5 hit dice creature.
No, they used to be. Now they can be any hit die in this one. I also nerfed them enough that they're only challenge rating same as base creature +1 instead of +2. Right. So basically, a first level vampire is equivalent to 1.
I was gonna say, why don't we shoot for a 5th level party?
Yeah. Because a 5th level vampire is challenge rating 5.
And if I get this can be the generic grunt trooper, and if I make a pack leader, then we get 5 brutes and a pack leader, and that'd be quite a challenge for a level 5 party.
Oh yeah.
Level 5's fun because you have enough abilities that you have a little variety, but you know, not so many that you're going to overpower things. I like it.
Right.
Also, we were discussing earlier that we are just basically very basic vampires, don't have weapons or anything. So we're not. I don't see it as experienced adventurers, really.
No.
We were just general civilians. So should we lower that?
Well, in fact, in the first attack, yeah, we might have nothing more than shovels and machetes.
Civilians.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think level 1. So you get a pack of these things, you're going to want to run. You're not going to want to try and stand and fight.
Not with a fucking machete.
No.
Or a shovel.
Well, see, we can still be level 5, but we don't have weapons and we don't have armor.
Right. And the
so we're effectively lower level from from a traditional D&D standpoint.
I don't know how it works in 5th edition, but in Pathfinder, you make the mutants have damage reduction 5 silver.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
that. Yeah, that's for PF2 as well.
Yeah.
Lario just posted in chat.
Right.
If the vampires have only been working in the farm, don't have access to weapons or anything like that, it would not make sense for anything else in level 1. But what have the vampires done to get to level 5?
But they could have been, like as Daz said, they could have been criminals made into vampires as punishment, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this is a savage world and a savage society. They could be like, maybe they have to be tough to have survived as long as they have in the cities they come from. You know, they could be soldiers or, you know, diplomats or, you know, like we should limit what you can start with as a starting class as well.
I wouldn't even think of them as traditionally classed. I mean, that's because I mean, the vampires are not going to be fighters or or paladins or priests or whatever. They're gonna be commoners.
Stop sharing, by the way.
But but the fact that they're vampires might give them the equivalent physical abilities, let's say, of a 5th level fighter, except that they don't have a weapon.
Well, that changes what Aaron has done, and he's already done it, so I don't really want to do that because it would involve him rewriting everything.
Right, yeah. Right. So there's a sector, so some weapons would be available, but only place them.
I mean, we could do it all at 1st level, but
yeah, I don't want to do it at 1st level. I hate 1st level games.
True.
Hate them. Hate. We hate it.
Either level 2 or level 5.
I like 3 or 5.
3 or 5, yeah.
Yeah, to start with.
Is that 5?
And they've all got points there.
Gives you a chance to throw an extra feat or 2 in the Pathfinder and D&D system.
Right. So. Right, and they all have a point there. Like, these vampires had lives before they were vampires. They weren't born as vampires. Right? You know, for whatever reason they're a vampire now. We haven't quite decided on what makes a vampire. How do they propagate? Right? This is something that we're still working out. And basically, the general idea was a long, drawn-out ritual that turns someone into a vampire. So the question is, why would they turn people into vampires then?
Yeah.
Right? So
punishment is the thought we had. Yeah.
Good reason, right? And you could be punished for a lot of reasons, right?
But okay, but then okay, that takes care of that creates a dilemma with our society there where everybody is equals, right? Mm-hmm. And that's the only one. I mean, the vampire-run society is fine. They're just like, yeah, we're choosing special people who could survive the test to make the transformation to, and their survival indicates that they are worthy. That's fine, right? But the one where everybody's equals, that creates a bit of a dilemma. So
not really, unless they're not creating vampires there, right? Those vampires are the product of an underground railroad out of
but the problem,
other areas.
Okay, that can be partially true, but I mean, ultimately, that society is doomed to fall apart because they depend on the vampires for their food. Maybe people volunteer in that society. Okay, I will make the sacrifice because we need this for our people.
Yeah.
Well, and again, if in that second society, it's not offensive to be a vampire, it's you're not degrading yourself class wise, then that does make sense. You would have humans and elves willing to undergo the transition to be able to ensure that the rest of their family, for that matter, might have food to eat next week.
Yeah, I like that. That makes sense. Rowan is also suggesting the terminally ill could potentially be a source of new vampires. Yeah, and volunteering in order to save their lives and put themselves to work for the benefit of their people. I think that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, okay. All right, cool. That's all I needed. Some thin justification. It didn't have to be like fancy, right? So That makes a lot of sense. Kahuna, feel free to go back to presenting because you're doing the most interesting stuff right now that I can see.
Oh, okay.
If you want. You don't have to. Glasses might help.
I'm
Doesn't
making
bother
noise
me.
at you now.
Okay. Or a draft or something. That is another option. Yep. Okay. Cool. We got stuff to work with there. We had like no goblinoid races in this world, right? They didn't appear in either the good guys or the bad guys.
They weren't mentioned as primary, so
Okay.
we can use them as monsters if we wanted to in the
Cool.
underworld, especially.
Okay, I was just looking for origins of names for our societies here. That's all.
That's not what I wanted. I'm waiting to see if the right tab shows up. Nope.
Hey, Erin, is there a cleaver in Pathfinder?
Yes.
Cool. I'm trying to find it.
I would use stats for hand axe.
Point, yes. I use a machete, actually, I think.
Yeah, duly noted. Tenacity. I might go with that for the third vampire-run society for sure.
What's that?
I like the idea of one society being aristocratic and the vampires are like the elites, keeping humans enslaved and only turning like their friends. Yeah, that could be an option for sure, which is one of the reasons why the other society is so suspicious of vampires.
And scared of them.
And Tenacity asked, did we see the suggestion of obsidian weapons like Game of Thrones style?
Oh, we went for silver instead, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Daz says, Kahuna, you should present the map thing as everyone else is busy typing.
Oh, I thought I had. Sorry. Hang on.
Yeah.
Put my chat phone up here so I can see what's going on. There we go.
There we go.
Is it showing it now? There it goes. Yep.
Yeah, that's better.
I got my camera turned off because I don't think people want to stare at the top of my head while I look at my keyboard and type.
Oh, vampires were supposed to be the only solely good guy choice. Yeah, you're right, so that society shouldn't be as oppressive.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, hang on. I've got eating sounds going straight down my ear.
It's not me.
No, my
Maybe-
smoking sounds are good on your ear, but
Okay. I'm gonna ask for the screen for a second, and I'm gonna pop up a quick summary section of the 5 scenes that I've defined for our plot.
Okay.
okay.
By the way, chat, I see you. You've lots of great ideas, and these are mostly directed at the work I'm working on. And I will take it into account. Keep them coming.
I see you.
Okay, so here's what I see as the layout for the adventure. Scene 1, which is really almost a prologue. I would say there's really not a lot of choice action in here for the party. This is kind of the setup of the whole thing. While working in the fields in the world above, the farm is overrun by a surface mutant attack. The attacking force is overwhelming, and the only real choice is to run, leaving the farm and the route back home behind.
Right.
Something should happen here to make it clear that this attack is just the beginning of an invasion. The mutants are coming for everyone in the world below. All right, scene 2 is where things get going. All right, the party are the few survivors that manage to escape. And yeah, I know there's a typo in there. I'll fix that. They join up and strike out across the wilderness of the world above. There should be a random encounter here, one where fighting is an option. So we get a little combat in here. This is just a mutant. Could be a mutant scouting patrol. Could be just some random mutant.
Yeah, remember they are vampires, so they do have teeth.
Correct. Yeah, this needs to be something where fighting is an option and where they can win. And they might have escaped with a tool or two. So one of them might have a pickaxe.
Yeah.
One of them might have a shovel that they sharpen the edges of and use almost as an axe blade. So.
Yeah.
Scene 3, the party comes across another farm. This one has vampire guards bearing weapons. After getting over that surprise, the party approaches and explains what happened to them. They must first convince the vampires of this new culture that there is a threat from the mutants. The vampires will then help them persuade the elves and the humans of their city that there's a threat. In these discussions, though, it becomes clear that the more socially conscious society lacks the weapons to defeat the mutant horde, but the oppressive culture from which the party hails does have the needed weapons. Scene 4, the party has to journey home, but must do so in the world below because the mutants will still be in control of the city access points back home.
Yep.
They are accompanied by representatives of the socially aware society, at least one vampire and one human or elf. That could be 3, whatever, but we don't want to double the size. We don't want to make it stupid large.
So we need an NPC or 2 there that are
correct
diplomats.
Right.
Okay.
Exactly. Okay. And there should be a random encounter along that road. And now we're talking about a road in one of the caverns. So, and then finally, persuading City 1 to change its ways. The party arrives home. The city is aware of the threat above. They've been without new food supplies since the farm was lost. Now, this might be a week or 2 or 3 weeks away, gone by. So.
Yeah, and a lot of cities are about 3 days from the beginnings of starvation.
Yeah. So it doesn't have to be long exactly for them to feel it. The city leaders are wary of the newcomers and their progressive thinking. We're just setting up the beginning of the negotiations here. How can you possibly think vampires are equals?
Yeah.
Right.
But they must be persuaded to give up their culture in which vampires are subjugated and denied weapons, since it is the vampires that will have to do the fighting in the world above. At the same time, the vampires need to be persuaded not to use this as an opportunity to overthrow their masters, since in reality, both vampire and living need each other to survive.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say mortal because we haven't decided our vampires are entirely
I was trying
undead.
to think of the word. We need a name for human/elf.
Yeah.
We'll call it mortals.
Yeah.
Okay.
Vampires don't age. We'll say that, right? So.
Yeah.
I mean, they can probably die, but they die by attrition or starvation, right?
Uh-huh. All right, so that's our scene setups.
Like it. My only question so far is, Kahuna created 3 cavern areas. Are we doing anything with the 3rd cavern area? Should there be this other vampire-run society that they have to convince to help as well?
Well, possibly one possibility, one simple possibility is we eliminate the direct road between the one we find and the one we have to get back to and have to go back through the 3rd one.
The vampire-run society, maybe they have to convince them not to support the mutants. right? Somebody threw in the chat an idea that maybe their goal is they're going to vampirize everybody eventually if they can figure out how to make it up to the surface and survive without everybody being mutated on poisoned blood, right? So that's their plan. Maybe they're planning on or they've got a pact with the mutants or something. Maybe there's a faction in there that is working with the mutants, and they got to go no, because you need the living, right?
It's
Or the
possible,
mortals.
yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it complicates things, right? And it makes it a longer adventure.
Yeah,
but it's a thought.
what I'm already thinking of, again, just from the one-shot build capabilities. All right, the first fight here, the overrun isn't really going to be a fight, so we don't have to worry about that taking a long time. That'll all be narrative.
No, yeah.
But we are going to have 2 random encounter. I call them random encounters. They're obviously going to be planned.
Mm-hmm.
But we will have 2 combat encounters, one in scene 2, one in scene 4, and we have the first negotiation should be fairly easy, convincing the progressive society that that hey, there's a problem coming. You need to help us. Yeah. That should be the easy one.
Yeah, that's a softball pitch there.
But the last one, first of all, it's a double, and second of all, it's the hard one.
Yep.
And in the course of a one shot, I think that's probably all we have time for.
Yeah, that's true.
Again, I can see a wonderful campaign building out of this whole thing, but if we're building a one shot, I don't think we can get any more complicated than that. And for now, leave the third thing on the map. It's just not part of this adventure.
Do you want me to close off the pathways to it?
No, you don't even need to. I mean, we're just not gonna. We won't take them.
Yeah, there could be reasons why you can't take that passageway. Too many bandits on it or something.
Yeah, I wouldn't get rid of it.
Pocket.
It's one of the nice things about a one shot is you want to leave potential openings for revisiting.
Okay, the third option is away from where the mutants are coming from, so it's a lesser priority that they have to deal with after. So this could give us an opportunity for the second part of the, like a second adventure stemming out of this one, right? And yeah, I kind of like the idea about they discover after they've been dealing with the masters of their home city that those guys in the third city are planning on negotiating with the mutants, and they have to go stop them. So that's adventure number 2, but they don't find that out till later. So it still exists. It's a thing. We'll mention it, but it's considerably farther away, and the urgency is less. And we'll steer the party that way in the text by reminding them that, hey, your home is without food and your family's starving to death right now. So you need to go deal with that first.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So, yeah. So I think that works for an opportunity to open it up. And this could be a whole, awesome campaign world. Maybe we'll have to get together and do this again for another adventure after that. That would be great.
If we do that, what we really need to do is invent a game system that's appropriate to this, too.
That can be done.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Mm-hmm. That can be done. I'm not afraid of that.
Okay, so I'm going to stop sharing. We can go back to Kahuna. I do want to look at the chat, see if anything interesting has come up.
Never.
Yeah, after the second negotiation, open the way to future episodes. Exactly. Yeah, it's true. Yeah. Rowan said just a simple cave-in could. Or Dazzly Cat, rather, a simple cave-in could close off any passage we need closed.
Yeah. Temporarily unavailable.
So like I said, a gas pocket.
Yep.
I hate one gas pocket. Oh, we're not talking about that. Never mind.
Ba-doom tish.
All right, what I'm going to do is start writing the narrative for scene 1 because that's
good idea.
Again, there's not a lot of interaction there. I will leave open-ended the description of the mutants that are attacking. until DM gets farther along in his work. But this, again, like I said, that scene 1 is really the prologue to the whole thing, because the party doesn't even get together until after that whole scene is done, and they find themselves are the only survivors outside the city. Outside the farm area, I should say. We are going to need a battle map for probably at least one for this farm.
No problem.
Or maybe not a battle map, but just a descriptive map for the farm. We will need battle maps for the 2 encounters, of course. And maybe a descriptive map of the other farm. They could be similar, but the other farm is going to have gates and guards, because that one will actually have vampires with swords or whatever standing guard. I'm not sure why there would be a gate. Maybe they're just up on a wall.
You're just going to make more work for me, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we need many maps. Yes.
I'm working. I'm adding a few features that were mentioned in the chat. That this looked like just a bunch of roads going in between big blobs, and now I have to stick with what I said I was going to do, which is add in the other features afterwards.
Mm-hmm. Extreme has an interesting point. The fact that it's just the beginning, seeing the ruins of another farm on the journey. The party isn't far from the first destroyed farm.
Yeah, that's cool. That gives them an idea that it's a bigger threat than just their single farm.
I like it, but does that imply that there's another city below that we're not talking about that's already in trouble? Or it could just be another farm from this city.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's probably more than one farm, right?
Yeah.
So.
In fact, what we could say, let's say over one of those city areas, there might be 3 or 4 small farms, directly above. Right. And basically, and what the party will see is as they're cresting.
Well, that's the pack leader done.
Nice.
Okay, got enough for a mutant pack. So, bit of a discussion. What creature should I do next?
Well, what do you guys think we're going to need next? We're going to have... I mean, we're going to have an encounter on the surface, right? Between the on the journey to the next farm, right? The different settlements. So maybe a something to fight there. Some weird fucked up mutant something or other. Go hog wild with your insanity. That's just a random monster and represents the danger. Okay.
Yeah. I'm going to have to switch the video off for a minute because I need to stand up and move around a bit.
Yeah, no worries.
Because my back is aching. Aching a bit.
Wuss. I'm kidding, of course. I have no idea. My mind reading powers are on the fritz at the moment.
Problem is, so are mine.
Oh, geez. Bob's internet just had
Food
a
shit?
blowout. Yep.
Of course it did. Because no technical difficulties would not be an appropriate stream.
This is true. Sai says, though that does beg the question, would you go to the ruins to get back to your own city, since the goal is to get the party from city A to city B? Well, there's too many mutants between you and the other the tunnels back home, right? They're crawling all over the whole area, right? So, no, because you're gonna die.
Again.
Yeah, assuming that vampires are actually undead and not some fucked up mutant of their own, right?
Right. Oh, they're undead type. But that doesn't mean that they're actually undead.
Right. They're infused with necromantic energies of some kind.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, where am I? Where am I? Oh, here I am.
Okay, so I think I'm going with it started as a culture of elves making a mutual pact. I think those are going to be the nation that the characters come from, because elves figured very highly on bad guys. So that's where we're going to start. And now that I've created basic settlement stuff for them, I'm also going to create the organization things. Ruler, owner, and shit we can add later. Population. Thanks, Daz. Daz says, I must say, this is by far the funnest stream I've been on in a long time. That's awesome.
I really read Daz's previous message wrong.
Horde of mutants? We can totally sneak past this, Sai. Yeah, that's a good point. So it'll be important to have a couple of encounters that convince the characters of the error of this decision.
And yes, for those of you watching closely, I really did just put a Mickey Mouse head into the map.
All right.
Awesome.
Intentionally.
So, yeah, Sai says my players tend to do stupid option B than way more obvious safe option A. Good point, and so let them die, and then they learn, and then they create new characters and start over. This is a craptastic world.
This is called a one-shot, right? And it's not assumed that the players are going to survive
Right.
this.
Right.
Okay. I would just like to state something. How the hell did a message earlier from Tanasi not get blocked, but it just picked up Micaro's message of hose?
Oh, wow.
What? Come on, Automod.
You know, my guess is that the Twitch mod bot programmer does not know what a glory hole is. There's my
Probably.
theory. Yeah.
Had to permit the term naked in terms of mole rat, and hose as in terms of hose down some rats.
Yeah.
And beat.
Yeah, Twitch Automod is receiving an F grade from me here.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Okay, population. So what do you figure for our city that we come from? Are the vampires outnumbered by the elves and humans?
I think so.
Okay. We said about
That's
10...
why they need that other city. They need the vampires from it.
That makes sense. It would make sense to keep the numbers of vampires relatively low so that it makes it more difficult for them to be, to do uprisings. So, what do you figure? We said about 10 to 15,000 people per city. So I'm thinking, a couple thousand vampires and basically split the population more or less between, more elves than humans. And then, a fraction of other. What do you think? Okay.
Just tell me how many there are so I know how much to build.
Okay, so there's going to be about 10 to 15,000 people in each of these 3 cities there, Kahuna. So that'll give you a rough. I'll go with about 15,000 as the rough estimate for all of them, just for simplicity's sake. So it might be 1600, 16,500. It might be 14,000, but we'll keep it in that range. I should express this as a percentage.
I need some more.
Yes, I think you're right, Rowan. That makes sense. She says, I think the city that keeps the vampires as slaves also guards the secret of how to make them zealously. Yes, I'm sure that's true. And Stretch is looking for a name. We still got Gala in the chat. Gala styles himself as the giver of names. He needs a decent name for the mole rat idea. Something that sounds deadly but not too cliche.
Rodent of unusual size.
I feel it's been
Awesome,
done somewhere. I can't remember where.
I may have heard that before.
Really?
Something golden about it.
I like that.
I was thinking Reaver Rat, but I don't know.
Reaver Rat's cool. I like that.
I was undecided about it. Drosophilus of Grimsoul. Interesting.
So what percentage of a population has to be working in farming for a roughly agricultural society in order for it to have enough food? Nobody knows.
Probably, I would guess it's probably 10 to 15%.
Yeah, I would guess that too, 15%.
If you got 15,000 people and you've got
1,000.
1,000 to 1,500 working agriculture.
Yeah. 1,000.
Okay, that makes sense. Thanks, guys.
All right, for you cave haters, is it looking more cave-like?
Looks cool to me.
This really needs a chasm.
Chasms are cool.
Yeah, it needs a chasm. All right, I've selected my chasm location.
Closer to a third, depending on ability to preserve food. Okay. Okay.
All right, now let's start the chasm.
Okay, Pathfinder players, what kind of senses would this Reaver Rat have? Got perception +2. Bear in mind it burrows through the ground. Dark vision.
Dark vision.
Your feet. Hindsight.
Sure.
That'll be enough. CR1. Oh yes, I need to put the range in, don't I? Thank you, Daz. Your feet. Pointy teeth comes in the attacks. Mole. It's mole rat. So it's a combination. It can see. It uses its eyes when it comes up to attack. Yes, Bob. Thank God and Demi for autosave.
No doubt.
Is this clear, guys? Can I read something past you?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Vampires must drink blood to the tune of 1d4 constitution points each per day. Each day they do not drink 1d4 constitution points of blood from a creature of at least medium size. Small counts for half, tiny is a quarter, diminutive is an eighth. Alright? Wait, where did I put that there? I doubled up there. Right? Each day they do not drain 1d4 constitution points, they take 2d4 hit points damage that cannot be healed by any means except blood drain. See below. If a vampire suffers more hit points damage this way than they have hit points, they die in 1d4 days after reaching 0 hit points, unless force fed at least 4 constitution points worth of blood.
Makes sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it.
Okay.
Bob's on his phone at the moment.
Oh dear, Bob's having major technical issues here.
Oh shit, full day.
Bob says it sounds good too, Aaron. He's currently on his phone.
Yeah. All right, so I've got a little bit of explanation here. A small creature counts for half, tiny is a quarter, diminutive is an eighth. So a vampire feeds on a dog, small needs to drain 2d4 con, and one who feeds on a diminutive cat needs to drain 4d4 con from the poor creature. Right? Or multiple cats.
Yeah.
More likely.
More likely. Now we need to determine what happens if they drink tainted blood from the mutants.
Yeah, I'm going to put that in its own thing.
Cool.
Mm-hmm. I have ideas.
Bob, as an option, if you want, what you can do, you can actually log into Google Meet on your phone and it should work as an app from there. right? They uses a fair bit of data though, so if you're not like
On
in,
Wi-Fi.
yeah, like that could be difficult, right? But I mean, it's an option that can be done, and then you could directly communicate with the conversation, still be involved, maybe type on your laptop or something. I don't know. This is not good. One of the few technological things that could have gone wrong that kind of fucks us up.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be a stream without some technical problem, I'm telling you.
This is true.
Trying to think what to call the attack for its teeth. I want something sounding better than just teeth.
Chomp.
What was
Snack.
Was bite attack, obviously. I want it to its teeth to be some sort of named weapon, if you know what I mean. Or just a bite.
Canines?
It's got its rat teeth at the front, isn't it?
Oh, it's rat teeth. Okay. Incisors.
Yeah.
Ouchies.
Rend?
Yeah.
Sever?
Rending incisors. Got it. Rending incisors.
Cool.
Yeah, boss, just put, if necessary, I'll rejoin the meet from my phone, but Worldbuilder work is out of the question then.
Totally
So
understandable.
Yeah.
Yes, that's true. So what might have to happen at that point is if you want to continue working on the text of the adventure, then you might have to put it in a Google Doc or something, right? And send it to one of us, and then we'll have to copy it into the document.
Yeah.
Which is a pain in the ass, but could be done.
Well, unless his internet comes back up, he can put it in a Google Doc in the meantime.
Yeah, exactly. Network cabling inside the house, that's the problem. Well, okay, in that case, that does give it an option. Yeah, a Word doc or a Google Doc, and then, you know, one of us can copy your text directly into the article, which I'd be happy to do. It's not a problem.
Well, chillins, I gotta punish my liquid supply, so I'll be back in a minute.
Okay.
Oop, a little thick. Well, there's a chasm. Now the question is...
Yeah, Rowan does need Wi-Fi, but he has Wi-Fi. Google Docs. Sorry there, Kahuna, didn't mean to interrupt you.
No worries. I have a chasm. So the question is, do we have fire at the bottom of the chasm?
The floor is lava? Always fun.
If you fall into the chasm.
I thought I was the one that's been playing too much Minecraft recently.
What say you, chat? Fire at the bottom of the chasm, making this a really hot spot. Get it?
Yeah.
Badoom tish.
Chasm needs rickety bridge. It'll get there, But what's at the bottom first? What are we going across? Remember that
Or
based on our this
really
is
sharp stalagmites and just really sharp rocks.
that could be. We got one yes fire. Let's see. We're seeing yes to fire.
Yeah,
that chasm is probably a couple 100 feet across.
Yeah. What could happen is, like, have you heard of the place in Russia called the Gates to Hell?
Yes.
That kind of thing, where there's lots of big oil deposit at the bottom.
Gas.
Caught alight.
Yeah. It's gas.
Gas.
They hit a pocket.
Oil.
They hit a pocket and it will never go out.
No. They hit the pocket of gas and evacuated. Then they wanted to try and get rid of it.
Right.
So deliberately set it alight, and it's still going like 4 decades later.
Yeah. There's also a place in the U.S. in Pennsylvania. They had to actually shut down the town because there was a coal mine beneath the town.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And the coal mine caught fire. And now the town first it started, creating sinkholes and everything else. And then just cracks would open up and it's still, the ground is still hot. Toxic fumes still come up. It's still on fire decades later underneath there. And they had to evacuate the town because they don't know what will come up.
Okay,
right.
Bob, here's what we're going to do if you want to do this, right? Come in on your phone, right? I'll open up the document of the plot article. We'll work together on that, and all the side stuff with the nations and whatnot is going to have to be filled in the gaps when we have an opportunity, because putting down the adventure text is the priority, right?
Yeah.
So we'll take care of that. Log in your phone and we'll chat about it. I'll fire up the plot screen here. All you have to do is click on the link and it should give you an opportunity to... Am I right, Aaron? When you're using Google Meet on your phone? He disappeared for a minute, obviously.
Or Bob could work offline and just be on the Meet on his phone, and then when he's got internet, he can upload or copy over the text.
Yeah, Bob is saying that he's having trouble creating the words on the damnable phone keyboard.
Yeah.
Which
So I
I'm
use
old
the
too, I
computer
understand.
offline.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could create... Oh, yeah, but then how does he send it if his desktop doesn't have...
Just send it when he can. Just send it when he gets back online. Doesn't have to be right away.
That does make sense. We didn't promise to have
playing.
it published today. We had to promise to have it finished today.
Yeah.
So that's another option, Bob. We could do that. Whatever you want to do.
Good start. Well, let's add a little more color to it. Let's way down and flow way down.
Neighbor is en route. Okay. That's helpful. Who has literally networked every courthouse in New Jersey. Perfect. In the meantime, do you want to log in on your phone for the conversation, or would you prefer to be putting notes on your computer or on a Word document or something in the meantime? Or both. Like, both are an option. I'd rather have you involved live in the conversation if it's possible. At least till your neighbor gets there. Unless he's only going to be like 5 minutes. In the meantime, I'm thinking, okay, good enough. I will carry on with what I'm doing then.
how does this sound for a special attack? Ambush attack. This creature can lay hidden underground and spring out when they detect movement nearby. They get +4 to initiative if they begin the encounter hidden in this way.
Like it. Yep. And it's clear. It makes sense.
Mm.
Yeah.
All right. And the last thing that probably needs is a little bit of a cast.
Okay. Bob will log in on his phone while he's ducking out on his porch. Makes sense? So, yep, so he can have a smoke and you're muted, dear.
I wanted y'all to hear what I was saying. I would have spoke anyway.
Uh-huh.
You're not good enough for what I say.
That also sounds suspiciously like my ex-wife.
Erin, size modifier when it comes to CMB is small +1 or -1?
It's +1.
+1.
Oh, wait. CMB -1.
-1, I thought so.
Yeah.
And for defense, it's +1, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
For small critter, yeah. Oh, I am so dead today. Bang your head against the stage. You never did before.
Cool. CMD is 19. Nice.
All right, I think we have a chasm.
Looking good.
So now, yes, a rickety bridge is coming.
Awesome. Okay, Rowan. Thanks for joining us today, and enjoy your sleep. And I hope that our voices in the background are soothing.
You're getting very sleepy.
Don't start with that. Aaron will go to sleep. Aaron's tired.
The Kahuna's sudden ASMR stream.
SMR drives me fucking batshit.
I love ASMR, by the way. I might go to
I hate
sleep. It's interesting, guys. Totally off topic, but Bob's back! Yay!
Yay!
Yeah, but I don't know for how long.
Okay.
We definitely have a hard cable problem.
Okay.
My friend neighbor is coming over to take a look at it. This is the second time this has happened, and it's also the second time it just fixed itself.
My phone has been doing that, and I wonder if it's branches on the wires.
Well, we have the way we have the house hardwired. We have the we have the router in an upstairs bedroom. That gets everything from the outside. We have an Ethernet cable that runs down to our basement and into an 8-port switch. And from that switch, my office, my wife's office, my 2 sons' bedrooms, and a few other places in the house are hardwired out from there. And this is the second time this has happened. And when it happens, everybody goes out, which means it's the feeder wire.
Right.
So at least we know that.
Bob, if you fed the mice, they wouldn't eat the wires.
Somewhere on the cables has to be.
And speaking of which,
yeah. Well, yeah.
The router's good.
No, the router is good. I'm talking to my son now too, by the way. The router is good. It's got to be the line from there down.
Because
exactly.
I swapped ports of my laptop.
Yeah.
My laptop works fine.
Well, no, it came back for everybody. It's back for me now too.
I've been experimenting.
Yeah.
So
something got jiggled and it's working again, but
the issue still needs to get.
He's coming over because actually the last time it happened, it also happened on a weekend, so it didn't affect my wife, who actually has to work from home. So I'm gonna let him troubleshoot the problem, and what I'm gonna do is resort to Plan B again and go sit on the porch to get the hell out of his way, and I will join via phone.
Okay.
I will not be keying anymore, but I will be participating. And actually, at this point, it's almost 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
I was going to say we can kind of theater of the mind all of the details, and then as I heard Sable say, we didn't promise that we'd have it published by the end of the day.
That's right, we didn't.
But we can start working out some of the details of the particularly of scenes 3 and 5, which are the 2 negotiating scenes, and lay out what do we need. We need NPCs. How do we want to set those scripts up? And then once we work all of that out, I can work on the scripts offline.
You mean I have more time for maps?
Yes, you'll have more time for maps. We need. I think what we need to do is we need to finish identifying what assets we need to complete the adventure.
That makes sense to me.
Which NPCs do we need? Which other monsters do we need? How many of them? What other maps do we need? How detailed do they have to be? Are they actually going to be battle maps, or are they just, pretty reference maps so people can see what we're talking about?
Yeah.
So let's make sure we have all of that nailed down.
Right. We can make a list of that either.
And then we can worry about the words and the script.
And the
later. Yeah.
Okay, I have a couple of suggestions, right? Suggestion 1, right? We could plan to do this again next Saturday. Maybe not as long.
Next Saturday, I'm actually going to be at the Jersey Shore.
Okay.
The Saturday after that is the first time in 16 months that my tabletop playtest group is getting back together. We will have all been properly vaccinated and incubated.
Nice.
And the week after that, I think is DM's one shot. So, so,
All right.
Saturdays until we get out to the 26th of June is going to be an issue.
Yeah,
Once
that's
we've got another day.
yeah. Okay,
Yeah, I mean-
well, we could do it on a Sunday. I could
That's true.
Sunday.
We
throw
could do-
over
we
the
could do a
Sable's
Sunday.
World Forge stream. That's fine.
Yeah, we
Next
could do
Saturday's
we could do
Cow
a
as well.
Sunday. Yeah.
Next Saturday's Cow as well. Yeah, nobody's going to want to miss that.
Right.
So,
Right.
well, what do you guys think? Do you want to try it for next Sunday or maybe the Sunday after?
Either.
Well, again, next Sunday won't work for me. The
Right.
Sunday
Oh, you're going to be
after
gone all weekend. Okay. So, yeah, so reconvene in 2 weeks, work on stuff in the meantime. That makes sense.
Yep.
Awesome. We don't even have to do it on this channel next time. If you guys want to do it on somebody else's channel, that's totally fine with me. Right? Share it around.
Kahuna, do you have a problem on doing a Sunday afternoon?
No, as long as I don't have anything on Saturday.
Right. So 2 weeks from now, the Sunday will be
The 20th
13th.
or the 13th, rather. Yeah.
the 13th. Yeah, that looks fine for me. My Kickstarter launches 2 days after that. So,
Ooh.
yes.
Promotion stream as well.
That's right.
All right, so we got a chasm, we got bridges, we got caves, we got cave stuff going on. So my
Awesome.
next thing is I'm going to be building in the villages. Do you guys have a preference as to where these villages should go?
I thought
No.
we were doing cities, and that's why we had 3 separate
Yes.
cavern areas, is because
Yeah.
basically each of those is going to be a city's territory.
So we want
They
all
can be
three.
surrounded
Okay.
by villages, can't they? City plus villages outlining.
All right. Yeah, because we said about 10 to 15,000 people per area. So
Right.
okay,
Yeah.
cool. I can do that.
And if you could envision, Kahuna, a kind of a clone of this map, because this is the underworld map.
Right.
We would need a world above map also that basically dots 3 to 5 farms over each of the settlement caverns.
Right.
If
Right,
you know
yeah.
what I mean. Yeah.
I'm actually going to build it as a layer right on top of this.
Yeah.
So that I can fade it in and out to be able to work on it. So yeah, it's all going to
Okay.
be in one document in my file, and I'll put
Right.
separate
So-
images. So
Yeah, so separate images for our map on World Anvil, right? That are layers
Right.
of map
and
layers,
you
and
can
then we
put
can
you
do
can put dense
pins.
forests or twisted tree forests. Maybe there's evil things living in them too. Even the plants might be mutant up above.
Absolutely.
right, and
Yeah.
then what I'll probably do is create, for example, this area here. I'll probably create a separate, closer up map of that, and of each of those areas, so that there's ways to navigate in those.
Right.
Because
Okay.
this is a redonkulously big map right now.
That would
Yeah.
be very helpful to me too. I've created 3 articles that are settlement articles, and I'll probably also create some organization articles around those settlements. But basically, I'm laying out history, demographics, sort of loose population and their shtick, right? So that's what I'm going to be mostly working on. And then the stuff within it, like the cults we were talking about and stuff like that.
Mhm.
And their influence on government is mostly what I'm concerned about, because obviously that's who the characters are going to have to deal with. So that's my plan for the next couple of weeks, and it will probably, that's a lot in and of itself. So I can
Well,
also,
The one thing I would ask is anybody who's got something that has to be in a location, in other words, we need a map of the location, or we just need to, for example, say, you come up and say, okay, well, these are some of the stuff that you'll find in this city. Let me
Right.
know that they need to be there. And let me know if there's any requirements or desires you want for locations, so that I can make sure I put it in the right space.
perfect. Okay, so we'll work together on that, Kahuna, and likewise, you can tell me, right? Okay, so I made a big river in the middle of the city, so you have to talk about the big river, and that is absolutely sensible.
Cool.
Just checking the
Yeah.
chat here. Yeah, Stretch says he can do dungeon fog encounter maps if we want. I think that sounds like a great plan.
That'd be
Yeah,
cool.
we'll need one for overland in let's say some sort of forest, and again, it could be, we could decide and DM you get that one will definitely be up your alley because you'll have to figure out what kind of critters are going to be involved in that too.
Sure.
And again, don't limit yourself to animals. It could be the trees themselves that are attacking.
It's a dark
That
world.
sounds fun to me.
Yeah.
We
And then
didn't
we'll-
choose this dark world. You guys
And then
did.
we will need a second encounter in a cavern down below. But
Got it.
but let's start with the first one, because that'll be the first combat attack of a party that's.
We might need two options for encounter maps because Kahuna's map there has the lake and the chasm, and so it'll depend on which route the characters choose, right?
Well,
and
Yes.
it
on
depends.
top
You
of
could
that-
build the same encounter to work in either place.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
So you
also what
basically-
I did was I created these spots. You've got the chasm there. There's a lake, and there's also along this top route. I put pockets on either side that could be for bandits or something to make that area treacherous. And there's bridges across the river in 2 locations as well. So there's plenty of places if you want to choose to drop something in that's evil, nasty, and mean.
Uh-huh.
They're
Cool.
there.
Oh,
Or good
we even
nasty.
have one encounter over that chasm.
The good news is,
Treacherous drop down to the fire.
I heard Aaron say the good news is,
No, I said or good.
or yeah, that's true. Maybe we find allies
Nasty
or
and
something, or a rest spot. Yeah.
Good, nasty, and mean.
As
Yeah.
opposed to evil, nasty, and mean.
Yeah. We are talking vampires here.
Well, that's
Yeah,
true.
but we're the good guys.
But we're good
supposedly.
guys. We're the good guys. Yeah. Vampires are the good guys. It's all a frame of reference.
Cave troll under the bridge. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to concentrate on the politics and factions and cities, I think is what the work I'll be taking on. And Bob, I guess you're concentrating on the adventure text itself and the setup for the encounters.
Yes.
Aaron will be working on the vampire stat information and any other major
NPCs and stuff.
NPCs and stuff with
Right.
stats.
Yeah, we are going to need at least, I would say at least one each vampire, elf, and human NPC that we'll encounter in the second, settlement.
Right.
The enlightened ones and the ones that will join us on the trip back home. Now those guys could actually be more properly classed, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Because there the vampire could very well be a vampire fighter or a vampire monk or a vampire or whatever. Yeah.
I intended on that.
Yeah.
Right. Make up a few NPCs, roughly the character's level, right? That can journey with them when they head back.
Yeah, and that encounter on the way back can be a little more difficult because they'll have
They'll have
the
bad
NPC help.
allies.
Right.
Yeah, and I'll concentrate on inventing political NPCs that will have to deal with the different factions in the first settlement, and then the people who represent the factions in the character's own settlement that they have to deal with in order to. Right, Aaron will do up their stats, but I'll make up their. We've done this, right? I make up who they are, right, and then he goes okay and gives them the appropriate stats based on what I've described. So we'll handle that.
Yep, and all I'll need to know is their names and where they fit into the things.
Yep.
But we'll work on that.
Which we can continue to communicate with each other on in
Yes.
the WRAF channel on Kahuna's server. So yeah.
Yep.
And if you want to
hopefully
know how
we'll be ready to unveil this in the Sunday session that we're setting up.
If we're done by then, yes.
Yeah.
We might need another work session like this.
Yeah, or that hopefully that'll be finishing touches. Yeah.
Yeah, let's hope.
Yeah.
Do you want to have a look at my rat?
Hell
read the
yeah.
rat?
Yeah, let's look at the rat real quick while I still have net.
Yeah. Kahuna's presenting at the moment.
Oh, sorry.
right.
And I am no longer presenting.
Right. Any tab. That one. Let me know what you think, Aaron.
Right, okay. Blindsight, nice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Cool.
They do a D20 damage?
Oops, no. That needs to be changed.
Yeah, no.
1d6.
Pow!
Yeah.
I'll
Melee, rending, and sizers is where you are there.
Yeah.
So I have a thought about the effects of drinking tainted blood. Right.
Okay.
My thought is
I'm
that okay, I don't know what the interval would be, like how many times you have to drink tainted blood before the effect happens, but it drains a mental stat point, right? At some point.
Yeah,
and you get to pick which one.
I was thinking that honestly, it was going to drain a D4 from a random mental stat, or the player gets to pick it or whatever, right? Each time you do it, right? Even though you gain back the hit points and stuff like that you need to gain back for.
I think that's too much, right? I think that's way too severe a penalty, because otherwise vampires have no more chance of surviving in the mutant world than anybody else. Oh, we lost Bob. Okay.
Oh.
So, I think it would be, like, it should be one maybe at a time, or it should be a random chance of draining one that's actually relatively low, right? Like maybe a 25% chance of draining 1 point from something every time you do it. And I don't even care if you pick.
Maybe a con save.
Con saves
they're undead. They don't have constitutions.
Yeah, some sort of save anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, let me chew on that.
Okay. I mean, that's enough of a starting point, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to stop sharing now.
Okay. Lauria's going to bed. Good night. Thank you. Guys, I'm wondering, we're at 4:00. We were scheduled until 5, but we've lost Bob. We're obviously not going to finish today. Do you guys want to call it at this point? Do you guys want to press on for another hour? It's up to you.
I'm happy either way.
Yeah, I don't. Well, actually, no. I'll need to call it for me, because Mrs. Kahuna needs me to do, the honeydew list.
No worries.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody going to be mad at us if we call it earlier than it said? Remember, I said it goes till it goes, so I didn't really promise. I just blocked in the time.
Daz is going to riot.
No, I think it's time for a raid.
Yeah.
No, gonna see who's on.
Cool. Thanks, there,
Travis.
guys.
That's all I got.
At least we know now what we're doing and where we're going from here, which is, all I need to work.
Yeah. The only right I've got is Travis. The Snowseek is playing Minecraft, and there's a Warhammer string painting. So I think Travis. I've not actually seen Travis for a while.
Okay. I mean, I could go raid the Warhammer stream too, the Warhammer painting stream, if people want. Up to you guys. I mean, this sort of overlaps writing and gaming, so either one's appropriate.
Whichever.
But I'm going to go with Travis unless somebody tells me otherwise. So.
Wait.
Or we could do a poll.
Or we could do a poll. I suppose that's... Yeah, why not? Let's do it. I'll do a poll.
You are a pole.
He's a poll. I am a, like, I don't know, squat column or something.
You're an Ashkenazi Jew. You're a pole.
Okay, that's true, actually. I suppose you're right. Yeah, I guess when you put it that way. My grandmother is from Poland and is an Ashkenazi Jew. Yes, so. Okay. All right, so. And we hear polls. All right, so who shall we raid?
Who do you love? Sable is a popsicle stick. Daz wants to lick you.
Yeah, by comparison, I'm a popsicle stick. It's true. Yeah, that's about the scale, right? Because check this out, guys. I might as well put up the end screen here. Check this out, right? There's a reason why my figurine is that much smaller than everybody else's, okay?
Yeah, they're all done to life size.
They are. Mine says 5 feet tall. I'm 5 feet tall, and I made the figurine what it says.
Mine is 6'4".
All right, it's just going to be a 1 minute poll because I'm not really in a, you know.
We don't need a poll. We're going to raid Travis.
Okay, fine. We're going to raid Travis. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. This has been a hell of a lot of fun. I'm definitely looking forward to Sunday the 13th. The exact time will be announced closer to the time when we have it figured out. What is it? Travis Tavern Talks?
Talk.
Or Talk?
Talk.
Okay.
One talk.
All right. This was great. We'll report back in at that 2-week mark there, letting you know where we're at. We'll work on stuff in the background. And yeah. And thank you very much for all your support and your input today, guys. You were great. And I am looking forward to making this awful, horrible, craptastic world for you.
I'm looking forward to playing it.
Me too. Oh.
Craptastic.
Just as we're leaving, Bob is back. Perfect timing.
How do I look?
You look great.
It is 45 freaking degrees out here.
Ooh, yuck.
It's May.
Yeah, I know.
It's been cold here too. About that, actually.
And it's
So-
been raining all day.
Should we
At least
cancel the
it's
raid?
not raining now. Yeah.
Yeah, we're just about to raid Travis. We're going to come back on the 13th. The exact time has not yet been determined, but we will let people know. And we're going to work on the stuff we said we were going to work on in the meantime.
That sounds good to me.
Okay.
All right. I think we got a lot done.
I think we did have a lot done too. I'm going to quickly switch back to this screen just so everyone can go, bye, everybody.
See everybody.
Don't forget our
Yeah,
raid
later.
call. Prepare to be boarded. Well, actually,
I love
yell,
Vanya.
light up the forge, guys, because we're all world builders here. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
All right.